As someone who's been telling stories and experiences from my life for way too long, I feel like you've gotten the general gist of the type of person I am. There's very few things I haven't talked about that express new information about myself, but there's a chance you didn't know about this one. It's not that I'm embarrassed or ashamed or even keeping it secret. I've just felt like it can rub some people the wrong way, and I simply haven't really felt like opening that can of worms yet. But it is something I'm relatively passionate about, and hope I can navigate the topic in a casual way that's more talking about my thoughts on it, non-preachy style. I'm vegetarian. Based on that buildup, I'm sure some of you thought that was going to be much more abhorrent. But look, I'm just trying to establish the tone here. You can never be too careful. It's been almost 10 years since I've eaten meat, and I think the craziest part is that it wasn't really even on purpose. Back when I went to college for a single year, I was living on my own for the first time. To make a long and complicated story short, I didn't know how to feed myself, developed a really unhealthy relationship with food, and it ultimately became this whole thing. It happens to the best of us, but the best of us also know that it's not good for your well-being, and despite how scary and difficult it is, you need to make a change. After a lot of trying and failing to get back into a healthy mindset with eating, I decided to sit down at a computer and study nutrition to feel more confident in my choices with food, and use knowledge to make it all a bit less intimidating. I spent a long time doing my own research, looking into all types of articles and studies on food when I stumbled onto veganism. Despite it being a bit more limited with what a lot of people are used to eating, for me, it sure was a hell of a lot better than what I was feeding myself at the time, which was almost nothing at all. So we take those little steps. I was interested and decided in that moment that I would attempt going vegan to simply see what happens. Yeah, I ended up changing the entire trajectory of my lifestyle with a single, ah hell, why not? I would say I did it kind of wrong at the beginning. Like, I would buy a prepackaged salad from the campus food court that had meat in it and pick it off, which I know just did heavy damage to vegans, vegetarians, and non-food wasters out there, and I'm sorry, I didn't know at the time. It's common for people transitioning from eating meat to not eating it to struggle because it feels like you're removing a huge part of how you normally structure your meals. But since I was eating next to nothing every single day, I really never had that problem. I was adding food into my repertoire instead of taking it away. So basically, the complete opposite situation, which worked out really well. Over time, I started trusting what I was eating again, being a lot more healthy with my relationship with food, and along the way learned about the other positive reasons to go meatless. I don't really want to be the one to get into the nitty-gritty of it all, but if you're curious, there's a lot of environmental benefit, and as everyone knows, it's kinder to the cute little animals. They do some messed up things to those poor baby chicks. But again, if you're curious, you can go down that rabbit hole yourself. Sorry, I'm not touching that one here. Even though I was doing well and not having a hard time eating within the lifestyle, it wasn't all sunshine and rainbows. There were still bad habits in my head, and unfortunately, there's a lot of people that use the community to spread their own unhealthy, obsessive brainworms around food, which in my opinion can set a lot of people back in their progress and close people's minds to the concept entirely. Everyone knows eating clean and healthy is a good thing to do, no one's arguing that, but it's definitely not achievable for the majority of people 100% of the time with zero exceptions. I would encounter people in the community bashing others for the way they ate their meatless diet, which I believe is overall bad for the greater good of the cause. The way you eat your vegan or vegetarian diet is fine. There's no specific requirement for the healthiness. Eat your junk foods, processed meals. You're not gonna wither and die on the spot because you ate a little bit of something fun. As someone who's tried a lot of vegan foods, I can confidently say there's a lot out there that do not taste good. I'm sorry, people might not like hearing that one, but it's my truth. Might as well do what you want to enjoy it. You're not supposed to suffer. Put it this way, it's way more realistic to eat non-animal product foods that you actually like than force yourself to eat the gross, bland ones that are gonna make you hate everything and give it up entirely. In a similar vein, the vegan community used to be extremely confrontational and judgmental, which has tarnished the perception of the lifestyle for a lot of people. And I've always felt like that stuff has set back the movement way more than if they were more welcoming and understandable and not mean. There's a bit of irony in the idea veganism is supposed to be positive and kind to all animals when they've been very cannibalistic to people around them. That's my hot take. I'm sorry. I just think in the past, the loud minority of the community has used really rude and obnoxious ways to try and guilt people into converting into this very beneficial and productive lifestyle. It's always rubbed me the wrong way, and because of all this stigma, I used to be very embarrassed to tell people I was vegan from fear of the assumption I was that kind of vegan, and justifiably so because people have been rude to me for it. Early in my vegan journey, a group of my friends wanted to go to Hooters. Personally, not my first choice, but hey. Now, I was able to accommodate myself when it was just me eating, but going out to restaurants was a bit tricky. I checked the Hooters website to see if they had anything I could eat, and at the time, it said they had a veggie burger at certain locations. Awesome. Now I have to make a single phone call, which I hate. Hi, thank you for calling Hooters. How can I help you? Hi, I was wondering if you guys, had the veggie burger? No. Oh, thank you. Sorry. That was the first time I ever called to ask about a dietary restriction, and not gonna lie, I wanted to kill myself after it. I felt so bad asking at the time, but looking back, I don't know what that lady's problem was. I know you've had to deal with worse phone calls. It's not like I was calling about your Hooters. Yet here you are, getting mad at the veggie burger girl. Luckily though, 99% of people have been fine with it. And I do think the overall view on vegan and vegetarian diets have steadily been going up. When people learn I don't eat meat, I can tell they start mentally scoping out to see where I fall on the meatless personality spectrum. But then I say my favorite food is French fries, and the guard is dropped immediately. Another normal part of the vegan experience is the occasional accidents that slip through. One late night, I was too locked in, and by the time my body registered I was starving and needed to eat that instant, I realized I didn't have any food in my house and most of the restaurants nearby were closed. In a moment of desperation, I ordered the fastest option available, vegan burger from Denny's. But of course, DoorDash complications always strike when survival is at stake, so I watched helplessly as the delivery time got delayed by 15 minutes, 30 minutes, 45 minutes. It got there an hour and a half late. The moment the bag touched my withering hands, I was ripping it open and scarfing that burger down like a dying vegan hyena. As the food was hitting my stomach and vision was coming back, I noticed they got my order wrong. I had just scarfed down 3/4 of a normal hamburger. The only way I can describe that feeling is a simple welp. And yes, my stomach was cramping all night. I learned a valuable lesson that day. Never lock in that hard. Once, Jacob and I were in Texas sitting down at a Mexican restaurant. I was prepared to struggle with options because, you know, Texas. But saw they actually had veggie tacos on the menu. Wow. Maybe the world has progressed with providing meatless options more than I thought. Even Texas is... Alright, so turns out veggie tacos in Texas can translate to the only thing on the menu that has vegetables. I partially blame myself for that one. Texas was the one that tricked me, but I did have the context clues. Another time, I was at a karaoke party with a big group of friends, and there was a various assortment of food platters. The lights were low and flashing different colors, so it was hard to see which foods were what. A friend and I hovered over one of the platters, and I pointed to one section asking if it was fried pickles. They grabbed one, went, "Yeah, I think so," and popped it in their mouth. As a pickle lover, I was like, hell yeah, and also popped one into my mouth. And as soon as it hit my taste buds, I instantly registered it was a chicken nugget. The friend, knowing I don't eat meat, stood there like a deer in headlights, digesting the fact they failed to warn me their initial assumption was incorrect, led me astray, and kind of indirectly fed me chicken. Everyone in my life has been very understanding and chill with knowing I don't eat meat, but there's still strangers that look from the outside and assume the worst because of it. In James's 7-day vegan challenge solves all your problems video, he nominated me to do the challenge too, but at the very end revealed the joke was, I'm already vegan. So to anyone who didn't catch that, welcome in on the joke almost a decade later. Anyway, that was the first time the internet learned I was vegan. So obviously there were gonna be some obnoxious reactions to it, even though I was the same person I was before they knew that fact. I still remember this one comment from what I assume was a child that said, "I just learned Jaiden is vegan and I've lost all respect for her." Literally, how does that fact even affect you, child? I wasn't even the one who said it. I cannot believe he got under my skin with that one. Not because it's mean, it just doesn't make any sense. Just so confidently stupid. This was like 9 years ago, so I assume he's an adult with more sensible worldviews now, but I still hope he's doing bad. Grudges aside, I kept being vegan for many, many years. The lifestyle was really easy when I was eating on my own. The hardest part was honestly how it affected my social life. Whenever I wanted to go to a restaurant, I'd have to check the website ahead of time to see if I could eat anything. My friends were always having to accommodate me. No one ever said they minded, but it still didn't feel great on my end, even being a little bit of a burden. You don't really realize how big food is in culture and socializing until your diet doesn't line up with the world around you. On the flip side, I never thought meeting someone that has the same food lifestyle as you could be such a huge bonding experience. Whenever I meet a fellow non-meat eater, I instantly feel more connected to them, just based on that. Such a warm feeling. Just two veggie eaters in this big, meaty world. Anyway, yeah, after so many years, I'd be lying if I didn't say being vegan started weighing a bit too heavy for me. I started feeling the friction and restraints more than I preferred. So after a lot of difficult mental back and forths, I begrudgingly decided to get a little bit flexible. I say begrudgingly because it felt like I was turning my back on the morals I was living by for 8 whole years. But I figured if I was slowly struggling more and more under the vegan lifestyle, it would ultimately be better to just modify it than grow to hate it and give up on the whole thing entirely. I decided to let some dairy and eggs back into my diet for the versatility of being able to have more options in restaurants, and the few times I might want the flexibility at home. It took some adjusting because, believe it or not, your body will not be used to the taste and texture of food you haven't eaten in a very extended amount of time. But it got easier and I instantly was so much happier with the heightened ceiling. Also, I very much expected to have turned lactose intolerant after not consuming dairy for so long. Super lucky to have gotten away with that one, no problem. Really counting my blessings there. A lot of people tell me that they wish they could be vegetarian or vegan, but they can't because they just like chicken too much, or burgers, or whatever specific single food they don't want to give up. And to that, I always say, you can just keep eating those things while avoiding the easier stuff. You really don't need to box yourself into the lifestyle all for the pure label. Any little changes make a bigger difference than you give it credit for, and if you can cut out even a single animal product in your life, that's huge. Or even just have it as a treat every once in a while. Again, I feel like the all or nothing mentality with going meatless is the main thing that makes people too intimidated to try, because being able to make little tweaks to your diet is so much more sustainable for long-time commitment than assuming you're suddenly gonna morph into a completely different person overnight. It's not like you have to decide what you're not gonna eat from a single point and never change it until you die. You can add things back in, or even go the other way and try cutting more things out if you feel good about the first adjustment. Some people even just go meatless for 1 day a week, or month, or year. I think if I were to humbly request you take anything from this video, it would be to try and be a bit more conscious about food. I don't want you to try and stop eating meat anymore if you don't want to. Maybe just try and be a bit more cognizant and appreciative of what it is and where it came from. I'll give you an example. Say you buy some chicken nuggets, change your mind, and decide you want to throw it away. It's kind of like you just paid to kill a chicken for no reason. It would go a long way to save it for later or give them to a friend. I don't want to say that in like an accusatory way, but that mentality has changed the way I look at food and my impact. Coming from me, it's okay to buy and eat meat, I just want people to value it more. I felt a lot of moral guilt when I started buying eggs again, but I've gone out of my way to make sure I always buy pasture-raised eggs that came from a farm that makes sure the chickens get to live normal and happy chicken lives. Cage-free or free-range don't really mean anything. It's the food industry lying about not being mean to chickens. So if you have a little bit more resources to transition to other kinder options like that, it's always very beneficial. They unfortunately tend to be more expensive though, so I know it's not a viable choice for everyone, which is understandable. I hope that doesn't come off as preachy. Oh god, who put this soapbox under my feet? I'm trying to find a middle ground of talking about this stuff in an open and non-pushy way while also making sure I can get my thoughts out there. There's just a lot of shady, evil practices in the food and meat industry, so I want to do my best to inform people who do care, because at the end of the day, you do vote with your money. I'm happy and comfortable being vegetarian, but writing this video made me realize maybe I'm finding it a bit hard to be outwardly proud of it. I'm proud of the choices I'm making and the small yet important impacts that come from the lifestyle. But on the other hand, I've seen and experienced enough harsh opinions from both meat and non-meat eaters to understand the whole idea of consuming less animal products still has a ways to go. I stand by the idea that I do think the stigma has been becoming more positive and people have chilled out on both sides over the past few years, but I hope the mentality of it all can continue to be pushed in a more healthy and overall productive direction, because at the end of the day, it really does benefit us, the planet, and animals very much. It might not seem like it when you reach for the dairy-less milk or the impossible meat in the grocery store, or even choose the vegetarian option in a restaurant every once in a while. But it really does. Thank you for watching. I haven't been able to announce it in a video yet, but we released a new Pet Frenzy merch bundle. We've got a tostada beanie, tofu plush jacket similar to the Ari one, cute long sleeve shirt of all the creatures, I know it's summer, I'm sorry, a fun sticker set, and new bandanas to put on the Ari, tofu, and tostada plushes, or I guess whatever plush you would want it on. I hope you give it a look. I think it all came out super cute, and yeah, thank you again for watching, and this is bye-bye for now.
Here! Anything you say into this will reach hundreds of thousands of people. Do anything you want with it. Have fun. Pee is stored in the— After being inspired by other YouTube people for being more honest with their lives and struggles, I decided to slap my own mental health problems on the table for everyone to see. Look at it all. Gross. Help me. I'm not secretive about stuff like this, but I also don't really talk as openly as I want to about it because I never feel like anyone wants to pay attention to me and my dumb problems. You know who else has problems? Those turtles who eat plastic bags. Those guys got a lot of problems to deal with. Like breathing. I'm just a shy, quiet, anxious introvert. If you can't identify as that type of person, you're probably sick of people saying it all the time. And I can't blame you. It's pretty common to see people talking about anxiety and being awkward and, you know, crippling depression. As much as I like those types of jokes because they're relatable and can be used as a dark coping mechanism to hide the self-destroying thoughts that tear you up from the inside, I also don't want people to forget what the base of anxiety really is. One thing to clear up, I've had experiences where anxiety is confused with narcissism, which, no. I'm sorry, you couldn't be more wrong about anything. Ever. Is this a hamster? Still not as wrong as that guy. Narcissism is when you're overly full of yourself and cocky and think everyone loves you. Anxiety is related to an unbalance in your mind about your ability to cope with things, which creates an intense amount of stress and worry. Yay! There's a lot of different forms anxiety can come in, and for me, I'm struggling with social anxiety, which means I hate myself and think everyone hates me too. Woo! Ha! Ugh. There's an old Greek myth about this dude Narcissus who falls in love with his own reflection and dies alone staring at it. If he had a brother social anxietus, that guy would probably have a panic attack at the thought of people looking at him, internally die at the sight of his reflection, and then blame himself for dying. I've seen people misunderstand anxiety like, oh, do you think everyone's looking at you all the time? Get over yourself, would ya? When it's actually, oh no, I don't think everyone is looking at me because I'm great. I think they're severely judging me because they secretly think I'm more worthless than a dead clam. Even though I have no proof that's what they're thinking, and they've treated me very nicely ever since I met them. I just have a hunch. Not many things bothered me as a kid. When you're like 7, the biggest things going on in your universe are staying up past 10 p.m. and trying to convince your parents to buy you mechanical pencils. Even though I was blissfully oblivious to a lot of things, I still subconsciously knew there was something different. This weird nervousness followed me everywhere. It wasn't intense 24/7, but for example, say when I had to go to the bathroom, I would feel like people were watching me through the cracks in the doors and little marks in the ceiling, like eyes were always on me. Even though I was old enough to know that wasn't realistic at all, the feeling doesn't just go away, which is almost worse because then you feel like you're going crazy in your own head. But at the time, I just thought everyone had paranoid thoughts. You're saying you don't ever worry that everyone on the bus hates you because your backpack is too blue? Huh. Weird. Pass me that red marker. The constant uneasiness never fully goes away, even though I wasn't really conscious of having it in the first place. Once in my senior year of high school, I was in my English class, and we were all discussing something about how men and women are different, and sexism, and that fun topic. There were a lot of good points brought up, and I wanted to contribute, so I raised my hand, and almost immediately started shaking. My palms were sweaty, knees weak, arms heavy, vomit on my sweater already, mom spaghetti, which... Why? I'm consenting to participation here. No one's holding my hands up against my will. Why do I all of a sudden feel like I want to crawl into a ravine and eat rocks alone in the dark? Jaiden? Well, statements backed up by facts aren't inherently sexist. So, on average, men are generically built stronger than women, which isn't sexist, just a general fact. But saying all women are weaker than men is sexist. So, you're not sexist if, you say to a guy, dude, you can't have babies. What am I saying? Who am I? While trying to talk, I started shaking more, and my throat closed up, and my eyes were like, here, need some tears? Even though I chose to talk. Why am I like this? I don't understand. And one day, it just came to me, like a mailman slipped a piece of paper under my brain's doorstep. What's... Oh, I have anxiety! I still don't feel any better about anything. Maybe a bit worse. Can I return this, please? When I went to college, I was finally on my own, which meant I was thinking on my own. And I realized, wait a second, I'm not happy, and I hate myself. Oh, that's for me. Low self-esteem? Oh, and depression? Eating disorders? Alright, what company got a hold of my address? I don't want this junk mail. Take me off the list. Stop! And bada bing bada boom, the recipe was complete for a sadness cake. That's me. I've known about all of this for a while, and actually, people struggling with mental illness are generally aware of it. A lot of the time they know something's wrong, but succumbing to the fact that you're not okay is really scary, and you feel even more hopeless. Like in cartoons when a wife is like, honey, I think we're lost. Let's get directions. I don't need no directions. I know where I'm going. The kids are hungry, Ronald, and we should have been at the store 3 days ago. I've got it under control. Darling. You're right. We're lost. I'm hopeless. There's science to back up that if you frame it as, I am depressed, instead of I have depression, then you're more likely to stay depressed. Realizing you're struggling is hard, and when you come face to face with the realization that you're not okay, you feel even more lost than ever. How the frick am I supposed to get off this island? Also, how did I get here? Why did no one prepare me for this? Was there an emergency island escape class I missed or something? Some floaties would be nice. Get out of here, mailman, it's Sunday. I was under the impression that opening my problems to people would bring them down with me, or bother them. Just get really messy. So I went full John Mulaney with everything.
I'll keep all my emotions right here, and then one day I'll die.
I was just a ticking time bomb, which surprisingly didn't make anything better. Eventually, it got so intense and stressful. Something tells me this isn't a healthy way to confront my problems. Even though I was terrified, I started being more open to close friends and family about things I'm struggling with. I began seeing a therapist, which was a bit weird at first. Hello, stranger with a degree. I'm here to tell you why I'm broken. But it gets easier as you work together, and finding the right therapist goes a long way too. These steps aren't automatic problem solvers. I wish. But it really helps when you have support from people who want to be there for you. When problems become too heavy for you to carry on your own, the people who care about you most will come forward and be there to support you emotionally. They're not gonna watch you just get squished. So don't be afraid to talk to them. If you saw someone struggling and you really cared about them, you wouldn't hesitate to come to their aid as well. I hope so. So take it from me. Don't torture yourself. Actually, don't torture anything. Cool. Yeah. That last scene got a bit weird. It was supposed to be like an analogy for stretching yourself thin with stress and I don't know, forget about it. Mental health is super important, and I'm probably not the best person to talk about happiness, but I interpret it as a skill you learn about and get better at over time. Like, it's gonna take a lot of trial and error to understand what keeps you afloat, but you can use everything you gather as you go as data to keep adapting, whether it's good or bad. Take everything I say with a grain of salt. I'm trying to figure out stuff at the same time too. Thank you for all the support as of recently. It doesn't go unnoticed, and I've been super appreciative of everything. I had an amazing time at VidCon, meeting so many people who watch the videos and getting to hang out with a bunch of awesome YouTube creators. I've been feeling good lately, and it's been a while since I could say that honestly. I'm just breathing it in as much as I can and acknowledging how good it feels to feel good. I'm rambling. Thanks for watching the video. I'll talk to you later. Bye.
Do you ever think to yourself, man, why is it so hard for me to just do the things I need to do and focus and remember things and manage my time and be organized and remember things and not get sidetracked? Ha! Yeah, me neither. When I was a kid, I was pretty much the picture-perfect depiction of a good student. I was well-organized, always turned in my work on time, got good grades. I even did my homework on Fridays instead of procrastinating until Sunday night. Sure, I didn't like studying and found it hard to focus during it, but who didn't? Saying all those qualities put together, that doesn't sound like the brain of someone with any kind of attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, does it? I was well-behaved, didn't feel like I struggled much in school, and didn't cause any trouble. That is, up until I moved out of my parents' house for the first time to go to college. Gradually, I started slipping. I began skipping classes a bit when I just didn't feel like going, would wait until the last moment to start classwork, and lost a lot of motivation because I wasn't interested in any of my schoolwork. But overall, even though it was pretty out of character for me, I chalked it all up to the fact I was simply over going to school. At the same time, my YouTube was really kicking off, and all I wanted to do was that. Of course I wasn't gonna be as good of a student when the silly YouTube videos were doing numbers. I finished a single year of college and convinced my parents to let me take a gap year to see where this YouTube thing can take me. Spoiler alert, the gap year turned into me never going back. I'm a college dropout. So great, I've eliminated the boring school part of my life that weighs me down. Now I can go back to being organized with my new exciting passion job, which entails being my own boss and having to manage and assign myself all of my own responsibilities 24/7. Why are the voices not getting quieter? It's almost like everything was going backwards. I was having a much harder time staying organized and focused. If I didn't want to do a certain type of work, I would have to shackle myself down in basically an isolation chamber to be able to get it done. If I found a new interest, it was all I could think about. And why is it so easy to suddenly be on your roof watching a YouTube video on how to know when you need new shingles? I really didn't get it. Child me had it held together more than current me. What went wrong? I could look back and recognize how everything used to be so perfect and easy. Look at tiny Jaiden and all her ducks in that row. I used to color code every single binder I owned, and now I don't even know where I placed the 20 bucks I literally just had in my hand 3 minutes ago. I haven't even left the room. Genuinely, where could it fucking go? Despite feeling like I was downward spiraling for multiple years, I never suspected it could be something related to a genetic neurodevelopmental disorder. I just thought I wasn't trying hard enough and being lazy, or applying myself like I used to. Oh, the woes of turning into an adult, I suppose. Maybe the best years of your life truly are in high school. How upsetting. I didn't even enjoy those either. But then one day I got a text from my brother. I got diagnosed with ADHD. Huh. It was a pretty big surprise for me because growing up, he never really seemed to show any of the typical symptoms you associate with ADHD. You know, people would always describe ADHD to me as super hyper kids who would run around the room and scream and generally be a lot. That wasn't my brother. He was quiet and well behaved like I was. But when he started explaining his symptoms, the gears started turning. Yeah, I've always struggled a lot with focusing in school and having things hold my attention when it's boring. But like, I could hyperfixate on things I'm interested in and get really passionate about that stuff. Hearing him talk about his personal symptoms of ADHD made a lot of sense, and I felt very freshly educated on the topic. And you'd think that I would immediately start looking into getting a diagnosis for myself, because if you were paying attention, my brother's experiences all sounded very similar to the same struggles I've been having in my own life, but related to work instead of school, because I dropped out. But nope, I was just like, good for you, bro, happy for you. Or, I'm sorry, I don't know. Anyway, back to struggling to simply open up my drawing program as if 2 blocks of iron were welded to my wrists. Imbalance of brain chemicals? Nah, this just happens from time to time. It's normal. Just the laziness kicking in. I hate Mondays, am I right? Even though I didn't instantly think there was a possibility of me also having ADHD, the mental seed was planted. It's genetic, so I knew subconsciously it ran in the bloodline. It took a few years after my brother was diagnosed for me to really sit down with myself and consider that I, too, could have ADHD. Shocking revelation, I know. Foreshadowing, where did you come from? Things in the focus and productivity department were just getting worse and worse. I had the attention span of a cartoon dog, would completely forget things as soon as they entered my head, would hyperfixate on random stuff like an addict, and there was constant civil war happening inside my head to get one thing done, even though I knew it would only take like 15 minutes. You don't understand. It feels like physical torture to make myself sit down and lip sync a simple scene, like most of the time. You know, the thing I've been doing for 10 years at this point and am definitely used to doing. And yeah, once I've gotten going, then I'm honed in and you have to pry me away from it with a crowbar. I'm aware of that part. But nah, I'm still gonna scrap with myself to plant my ass in that chair because I don't even know why at this point. The biggest thing holding me back from feeling like I had ADHD has always been the simple memory of being in school and having my shit together. I know what it feels like to be on top of things and to be organized. I had it all in the palm of my little child hand. I just needed to summon it again with a bit more effort. But a light switched off in my brain and suddenly I'm just not capable of the things I used to be, and it feels pathetic. Simple tasks are such a mental burden, it feels like I'm out of control but can't do anything about it. So finally, I figured I would try and get myself diagnosed. What did I have to lose? If anything, they just tell me, no, you don't have ADHD, try a little harder and stop complaining. And yes, of course it took me like 8 months after deciding to get diagnosed to schedule the actual appointment. What did you expect? That's like the first checkmark box on the ADHD list. I started seeing a psychologist and he would ask the typical, do you have a hard time focusing? And I'd go, yeah, like this one time yesterday, and then he writes something down as I continue rambling on this hyper-specific example way too long for a neurotypical person. I met with him for a few weeks, and then it came down to diagnosis day. The nerves, man. I was so ready for him to say I'm a normal person who needs to suck it up. But instead, he was like, okay, so yeah, you definitely exhibit symptoms of someone with the inattentive type of ADHD. And autism. Yippee! My struggles are justified. I'm not crazy. Wait, what was that last part? He explained all the different ways ADHD affects me and the different areas I struggle with compared to others. He even gave me a 37-page document of his conclusions and information on how my brain works, with graphs and pictures. I've read through it all a bunch of times now, and it's already really helped me understand how I tick. I call them the autism docs, but I'm not gonna get into that side of the diagnosis. Let's just Let's just brush that one away for now. There's a couple types of ADHD you can have: hyperactive, inattentive, and combined, which is both hyperactive and inattentive. Hyperactive is the type people typically go to when they think of a loud kid who can't sit still. People with this kind normally need to fidget, have low patience, tend to talk a lot, and have trouble staying seated, especially when they're expected to, like in a meeting or school. Inattentive is the one where someone experiences difficulty in focus, memory, organization, has a low attention span. That's the one I have. It's self-explanatory, but if you have the combined type of ADHD, then you got it all. ADHD jackpot right there, my friend. I brought up during the appointments that I used to be such a good kid in school with seemingly zero ADHD symptoms, and how that part has always confused me. And he had a couple hypotheses about it. One, since my mom has always been a big source of my organizational influence, I was able to depend and lean on her for the majority of my school life for it. I felt like I was naturally capable of staying on top of things because she was right behind me the whole time, reminding me and guiding me through stuff. So when I moved out, everything started crumbling, which lines up pretty perfectly to when I did start struggling. Another explanation he gave was the fact that ADHD affects women differently than men, which is also less researched. Love to hear that one. Not only do women tend to be able to mask their symptoms better than guys, so it goes much more unnoticed, but they also experience ADHD differently. And research says there's a chance it can just start affecting women later in life. I'm no ADHD scientist though, that's just what I've been told by specialists. I don't know, I've just got the dang thing. Either way, those two explanations make a lot of sense to me and have since put my weird ADHD imposter syndrome to rest. I didn't really think that getting a diagnosis would change much about how I go about my life, but since getting my ADHD certificate and lollipop, it's completely revolutionized how I think and go about getting things done. It's still hard to get my ass into gear when I need to do one normal thing that's not difficult, but I'm much less hard on myself and will strike almost like these kinds of mental deals to loophole myself into getting things done. Like, for example, if I really don't want to edit a video, I'll say to myself, okay, I know it's gonna be super hard for me to immediately start that task, so I'll get myself into the mindset of getting things done by doing a simple other task I don't find difficult, like cleaning my room. That way, I'll feel productive and can transition that into tackling the original task much easier. It doesn't always work, but it's the mindset change and overall understanding that sometimes I'm gonna have to go about things in different ways that's helped me a lot. Also, after being diagnosed with ADHD, I didn't have much desire to get medicated. I figured just knowing I have it would be enough to get things into gear, and I didn't really need medication that badly. But the content creator in me also thought, well, if I'm gonna write a script about having ADHD, it would be nice to be able to talk about what it's like to be medicated, even just for a day. So I got prescribed good old classic instant release Adderall. Instant release means I don't have to take it every day. I can just take it when I need to get stuff done. It affects me immediately and then wears off after a few hours. There's also extended release, which is the kind you take every day and gives you a constant steady stream of medication. It wasn't until I had the Adderall in my hands when I realized the idea of taking it for the first time made me nervous. Like, what is this thing gonna do to me? I have so many friends with ADHD, honestly a higher ratio than friends without it. That's how it goes in content creation. All these MFs have it. They were all telling me that it's awesome, how you'll take it and immediately feel like a god, and you can do anything and it's incredible. And yeah, that sounds great, but also like, what the hell? What do you mean I take this little pill and suddenly all of my problems seemingly disappear and I gain superpowers? That's scary. That sounds like the thing every adult in a 20-mile radius warned us about when we were kids. Am I gonna feel like a completely different person? I don't know if I'm ready to experience immortality. I put off taking Adderall for so long because I was irrationally scared of the tiny blue pill, but coincidentally, I really needed to get a script done. If I take too long to write a video script, then the team runs out of work to do, and then I have a bunch of people sitting around and waiting for me to give them more work so they can pay their bills and survive and stuff. But for the freaking life of me, I just could not get myself to sit down and write that script. My body and soul found it mentally easier to backflip off a bridge than write words on the computer. After literally 2 months of my brain going, you. Ooh, you better write that script. I won't let you enjoy a single moment of your life if you aren't writing that script. I don't wanna. Get up, go to the bridge. After that constant loop, I finally swallowed my fears and took my first Adderall. I had talked to James a lot about what Adderall is like since he's been on it for a few years now. And after I took one, I was messaging him like, I did it. I ate an Adderall. How long does it normally take to start? How do I know? What do I do? And he was helping me a lot and giving me tips. Then, like 20 minutes later, I felt it. All the non-stop thoughts going on in my brain went silent. I could think clearly and in like a line. My mind wasn't racing a mile a minute. I was able to sit behind my laptop and write. It was incredible. I was messaging all my friends about it the entire time. I can write my script and not get distracted. I don't have to take a mental break every 10 minutes. I can remember things. Kelsey sent me a message and I thought, I'll check that in a bit. And I remembered to check it in a bit. And respond! When I opened a new tab to look something up, I didn't go down a random unrelated rabbit hole. I picked up my phone to check something and didn't impulsively scroll Twitter for an hour. I can write words so easily. How am I doing this? What do you mean I can feel like this whenever I want if I just eat the tiny blue pill? I refuse to believe regular people can function like this on a day-to-day basis. No way. It wouldn't be fair. You guys don't have loud, non-stop voices in your heads preventing you from doing normal things? Come on, just admit it. You can't pick something up and immediately keep remembering what you were supposed to be doing with it. You always forget and feel crazy. Come on. Come on. I was so suspicious that on Adderall, either nothing would happen and I just wouldn't feel anything, or I would feel like I'm a totally different person experiencing some higher-than-life manic episode. But no, I just felt like myself, but with my shit together. And that's the part I couldn't believe. After 2 months of war, I finally was able to plant myself down and write my damn script. You wanna know what script I wrote while experiencing Adderall for the first time? This one. I was struggling to write a script about ADHD, and the thing that finally pulled it out of me was Adderall. Come on, you gotta admit that's funny. Yeah, it was great. I didn't think my head was loud before, or I was that impulsive, or had that hard of a time focusing. But now that I've been able to peacefully sit in one spot for hours and not need to take a break, or check social media, or get distracted by some stupid tangent I don't actually care about, yeah, this changes things. I still can't believe what I was able to accomplish. Writing a script in 3 hours. Compared to my typical 12 hours, aka one mediocre thing with no struggle at all. And you want to know what I did right after I wrote this script? I immediately got up and cleaned the birds' room without rotting in bed for 3 hours beforehand. I just went from one task to another without thinking about it. All you neurotypical people must be thinking I'm literally pathetic and useless, but I know my ADHD brethren are out of their chairs right now hearing that. I'm not standing before you all to give you scientific data and information on ADHD, or diagnose you, or even promote prescribed drugs. I'm just here to talk about a big and recent experience in my life, how much of an impact and effect it's had on me, and how awesome feeling normal is. Seriously, being able to take a deep breath in mental silence is incredible. Cherish that feeling if you don't have a neurodevelopmental disorder. It took me 26 years to realize my woes were not actually woes, but symptoms of brain chemical deficiency. I'm writing this video, all things considered, pretty recently after being diagnosed, and I'm still trying to learn how to rebuild my life in a way that lets me optimize my productivity and get things done at a normal level. But so far, I've come so much further than I thought I could simply by knowing what's going on up there in the old noodle. And Adderall. If you're on the fence about being diagnosed with something, I get it. It's scary. It's scary to think you might have it, and it's also scary to think you might not have it. It's an odd place to be. But for me, having a concrete answer from a professional is what got me to finally stop feeling stuck in place and actually start moving forward again. It's been great. I'm excited to keep learning more things about how my mind works and find new ways to improve my day-to-day life. Cheers to getting normal shit done.
In case you missed it, I have new merch! For a limited time, you can get yourself a new and improved Ari plush and a completely new soft Ari jacket. I love both of these products, and up until June 23rd, they could be all yours! If you miss it, you'll never know how fluffy and pillowy the jacket is. Oh, it's like a cloud. Or how cuddly and friend-shaped the plush is. Plus, it's a great way to support both me and the team while we continue to make animations for you. Check them out at jaidenanimations.com. Thanks for watching the video, and good luck simply existing to all my ADHD brethren out there. I'm right there with ya. I believe one day you'll respond to that message in your inbox. Hang in there. I'm sure a lot of you guys have heard of a website called thesaurus.com. It's pretty much the go-to website when you need to write a paper or you have to sound super sophisticated, but you don't know how to. You can't just write like normal people talk in day-to-day life. Are you crazy? Do you want people to think you're stupid or something? Use fancy words like baffling and henceforth and obsequious. Obsequious. I'm getting off track already. But why do you teachers want us to write things in a way that most people don't speak? Makes much more sense to write a paper in the words you would use instead of someone in the 1800s. If I want to say penguins live in the cold, I want to be able to say penguins live in the cold. I shouldn't have to go out of my way to change it. Penguins, one of the few flightless birds on this planet Earth, live in an uncommon environment compared to other animal species and avians. They can be found wandering the icy barren land of Antarctica and other extreme cold climates. I got the same exact point across in both paragraphs, but one took me 6 seconds to write, and the other took me 8 minutes, plus miserable points. No joke, I sat there at my computer for like a solid 3 minutes, just staring at my script like, I really don't want to do this right now. Why is this a thing? Why do people expect this from people? The teacher doesn't even talk like this. If anything, it just wastes everyone's time, and it still turned out like crap. Like really? Icy barren land of Antarctica? What? The only other scenario I can think of that actually uses language like this are those super dramatic animal documentaries.
Faster than a cheetah. More muscle-bound than a gorilla. More agile than a great white shark. Swooping overhead. Feasting on our streets. The pigeon. An evolutionary masterpiece hiding in plain sight. Powerful champions of the air with superhuman senses. Learning. Remembering.
Think of the time you could save if we could just write our complete opinions on essays without sounding like we crappily plagiarized Shakespeare. We could be a lot more productive as a society. Just kidding, we'd all still look at memes on the internet. But think about how many more memes you could look through just by saving that much time writing essays. Take note, teachers. I know you don't like reading through all our hogwash either. Do it for the memes. Anyway, so you gotta write something important, and you gotta sound smarter than you actually are. Let's be honest, 80% of our generation talks like, "Hey, LMAO, it's lit fam, lol. Cringe. I'm dead." I'm sorry. So what do? Thesaurus.com, baby. Why would you use the word said when you can write aforementioned? Why walk somewhere when you can perambulate? Who thinks anymore? I intellectualize. It doesn't matter if you can pronounce the word. It's all about the aesthetic of it. Look at these beauties. They're what's gonna get you that A- on that essay, not these lackadaisical words that normal people use. Shoo, get out of here. It also works with resumes. At least I think so. I haven't written one before. You have to sound way more qualified than all these other lamos. You're the one who's been gainfully employed at one of the top 10 food chains in the United States and have manufactured and specialized in the serving occupation for half a year before discontinuing the position. See? That sounds way better than saying that you worked at Applebee's for 6 months before being fired. I got a good starting word for all you folks out there looking to impress people with big words. Equanimity. Yeah, toss that one into a conversation and just watch the people gawk at your knowledge. Hey, that Colin's got some pretty good equanimity going on over there. He'll probably do good on the test tomorrow. I do have one question for the internet. How many of you sneaky little beans use the website for work and studious things? I didn't even use the website for that one. Ha! And how many of you use it for writing fan fictions? I really want to know. Do you wonder this? I wonder this. Do more students use it, or do more fangirls use it? I'm not saying I read fan fiction, but I know enough about the internet to understand that there are people out there who can get pretty expressive with their fan fiction stories. Like,
Yeah.
Thesaurus.com people, is there a way to, like, track, I don't know, the percentage of users who look up average words and the percent who look up more questionable ones that are more passionate, smirking, ravenous, eyes widen, grinned, seductive? I'm stopping there. So, let's conclude the video by revamping some common boring phrases with the help of Thesaurus.com. Actions speak louder than words. Hoopla blab's more rambunctious than discussion. Best thing since sliced bread. The most superlative instrument from the time of hacked nourishment. Don't cry over spilled milk. Disallowance to mourning over scattered liquid produced by mammals. You can also replace liquid produced by mammals with moo juice. How are you today? To what degree come about your mood here and now? Okay, that would be great. Acceptance. The one in question would prevail out of this world. Would you like to hang out? Do you authorize conduction of our own selves constituting a gathering appointment? Of course. Indubitably. Feel free to use any of these phrases in your life whenever you want. It's my treat to you. Tweet at me if they help you make new friends or if I get you a job. You're welcome in advance. Also, when I was searching for phrases to thesaurus.com eyes, I googled most popular English phrases, and apparently I don't say about 300 kilometers as much as everyone else does. But Amy is John's girlfriend. I ship it. They can be found wandering the icy barren. They can be found wandering the icy barren. The icy barren. We could be a lot more productive as a society. As a society. Oh God. We could be a lot more productive as a society. As a society. Oh God. We could be a lot more productive as a society. Oh. I do have one question for the internet. That was not the question. Or do more fangirls use it? Why is this so hard to say? Or do more fangirls? Ow! Action speaks louder. Actions speak. It's the double S's again. Hoopla blabs more This is so stupid. I can't do this. You want to hear what the best intro is for this video?
What?
I'm using Clip Studio Paint to draw, and James is using Paint Tool Sigh. I don't want to see any comments. Okay. So hello everyone, again.
Hey, we're back.
James is here from The Odd Ones Out, if you didn't know him.
I'm The Odd Ones Out.
And I'm Jaiden.
Obviously.
This is stupid. This time we're gonna be doing Pokemon drawings, but we're gonna do Pokemon fusions.
Ooh.
Yeah. So, James, you haven't drawn any Pokemon fusions before.
You're right, I am severely out-practiced.
I have dabbled a bit, but it's been a long time, so I don't know how this is gonna go. What we did was we each chose one Pokemon for each round, and we have to fuse our two Pokemon for that round. So, my Pokemon that I chose for this round is Weavile.
Weavile. Okay, good. So the one I chose is Cubone. So
this is gonna be interesting.
You have to draw the skull of that Pokemon.
I mean, I don't have to.
I mean, whatever.
Have you been playing Pokemon Moon or Sun?
Sun, yeah. I've played it for about 2 hours, and I have not picked it up since. Does this Pokemon have an evolution?
Weavile?
Yeah.
He is the evolution.
Oh, he is? Because I was thinking he should be wearing a skull of its parents, but whatever, I guess. So this is a bit off topic from Pokemon, but have you heard about this guy named Donald Trump?
I think I have.
In the 90s, he made a board game. So there's a board game about Donald Trump. Yes. It's like Monopoly, but Donald Trump.
So you can like buy the Trump towers.
I don't know, but as soon as I saw it, I bought it. I just went on Amazon and I bought it. Yes. And I bought the most expensive shipping.
Wow. You're excited about this.
I know. I have not started off strong this round, to be honest.
The thing on Weavile's head kind of makes him look like a pharaoh. If King Tut had a Pokemon, he'd probably choose Weavile.
I'm trying to get it so it's obvious that this is a skeleton, not some weird alien. Speaking of Egypt, this is your video, so you're going to be the one who has to edit this.
I wonder if we're gonna accidentally have our videos be the exact same time like we did last time.
That was totally planned. No, it
Oh.
totally was planned, remember?
Oh, yeah, it totally was.
I have a bad feeling that my part thing looks a lot worse than your thing.
I don't think that art is relative to how good it is.
Wise words.
It's just the idea behind it. Do you think hands are like one of the hardest things to draw? A lot of people think that.
You know what's funny is my characters don't have fingers or nothing, so he's going to be holding an icicle. Yeah.
Nice.
Because he's an ice guy. I was trying to do his fingers like the Cubone fingers, but they just ended up looking like Lego hands. It looks like he's wearing a scarf, which is fine. He's cold.
What would this name be?
With the wee bone. Wait, no, that's a. It's not a good change.
Change it.
Cubile.
Cubile.
This video just got a lot inappropriate.
All right, are you done?
I'm done.
All right.
Oh man, we spent 30 minutes doing that.
Oh no!
Oh wow, yours is wow.
Aw, yours is cute. You went the more cute route.
Yeah, yours is really good. Crap,
Thank
it's
you.
like really well made. I'm going against a professional.
Okay, so my Pokemon for this round is Sandslash.
Sandslash? Oh
Yeah.
man. Well, have fun fusing this boy up. Umbreon.
I like Sandslash a lot.
Yeah, he's pretty cool.
He's a cool dude. I think these actually fuse really well together.
Are you really? Because I was gonna say I have no idea. See, I'm doing like messy sketches, and your sketches are very clean.
I'm a clean sketchier.
that's not it.
Sketcher.
Clean, sketchier.
People always say like, do you have any art tips?
My advice is to just start.
Just draw whenever you can.
Even just a little doodle.
There's no right way to draw. It's just whatever works for you. So even if you think like, oh, no one does this, I need to not do it. You don't have to not do it just because no one else is doing it. You shouldn't really compare your art to people because
That's true.
at one point they were at a spot you were in.
Oh yeah, good advice.
Like, oh, I'll never be as good as this person because they
I'll
draw
never be
so
good
well.
as James. Look at this.
You know what would be cool as well? If people played along with us
Oh yeah.
and they tweeted at us their drawings.
I'm just imagining what Jaiden's drawing and how much more professional it looks, I guess.
Don't compare. We just
You're
talked
right.
about this.
We just talked about this. You said that these two fused well together? Crap,
I
no.
think so.
Not going for cuteness, I'm going for how I think that actually is. Actually, no, I should just go for cuteness. What the heck?
Cuteness points. I need to make sure that I'm more lively when I'm talking because I just realized
That
I'm
is
totally
true.
focused.
That is true. I have been like in the zone, so I need to be like, yo, Jaiden, have you ever heard about Donald Trump?
Let's not get into that. The comment section will be a war zone. My voice is actually really monotone and soft as it is.
I feel like everyone's voice is always just not as exaggerated and excited as we are for videos. Your drawings, this guy, he's like doing something, you know? He's like, woo, what's he doing? But my guy, it's just like he's standing there. That's what he's
saw
doing.
this, I can't remember where I saw it, but a really good thing that I go by is like the coffin rule, where if you drew a box around your character, try and not make it so they're in a coffin.
He has a frisbee in its mouth. Oh yeah, what would its name be? Sandbrion?
Sunbrion. It's like a dog. I'd have him
Yeah.
as a pet. Like, go get the mail, Sandbrion.
You like color yours and add little white highlights. I chose Blaziken.
Oh, this is gonna be interesting. I chose Scizor. This is gonna be freaking metal. Everyone thinks my favorite Pokemon is Torchic. But it's not. It's Blaziken. You fake fans. I'm just kidding. My favorites are Blaziken and Walrein. Walrein is great.
So you know how Blaziken has like a V on its head.
I think
and
we're doing the same thing.
The other guy has Scizor has like a W. So I put in 3 sharp and pointy ones.
Oh, you're so creative.
Yes. If I make it look intentionally derpy, then be like, oh, it's adorable.
You like to go the cute route.
I do. He's angry. I want him to, be doing something like punching something or, like, yeah.
Scissor's claws kind of look like another creature because it's got like the dots on the side.
Oh, yeah.
Guy's like, Meh!
Okay, well now I'm distracted. So then you can like add like legs and then like a tail and I've given up going for the derpy look.
What look are you going for it now?
Right now it's I don't know. Maybe he could have one claw hand and one fire chicken hand.
I want to see if I can resize this head.
Are you already in the coloring phase?
No, I'm in the resizing the head phase.
I feel like I just gave Blaziken claw arms. Let's just finish this. I want to be done.
He's really chubby on the legs, though.
Oh, I like the little claw toe, you know, right at the end. That's smart. That's good. Dang it.
His name is Reuniclus.
And then the one I chose is a
Abomasnow?
Oh, you got it.
I thought that the jelly characteristic of him would make for an interesting fusion. I don't know how I'm gonna draw his mouth. He kind of looks like a frog right now. Oh, this looks strange. I don't know how to approach this one. Oh god.
Aha!
I'm restarting.
Well, I have already started. Good. I'm proud. I'm good. I'm so far happy with this.
You know what really bothers me?
What?
When people write credit to the original artist.
Oh, yeah.
Like, do you really think that's helping anyone?
And then we encase the whole thing in encase the whole thing in jelly. That's the thing I've learned, is that sometimes more doesn't always mean it's better.
Yeah, it's very easy to overdo it in art. Part of art is knowing when to be done.
That's true.
Because, I mean, you can always be adding extra stuff.
But then it gets too busy.
Yeah.
What would this one be called?
A bomb necklace.
Hey, that's good. That's cool.
He's adorable. He's like one of those really angry, but he's like so small, you're like, aw, you can't be angry. You're not a threat to me.
I like the little sideburns right here on the side that you gave him. Zebstrika.
Ooh, and then mine's Dragalge.
One is a zebra horse and one's a seahorse.
Are we scientists right now?
Yeah. Why must we play God? The seahorse has so much crap on top of it. Okay, I have the idea in my head, and I think I'm going to butcher it. People out here watching this probably think I'm good, and I think I'm. Holy crap, okay, no, I'm bad. There's like people drawing fan art who are better than me.
Yeah, it's always like, oh, you're the one that needs all the recognition and
That's
not
true,
me.
Yeah. The thing about doing YouTube videos is that you don't need to be a good artist.
If you're bad, you don't have to brand yourself that you are good.
I don't know if you knew this, but like Grade A Underway was a math teacher, and he got fired from that job, and I was going to school to be a math teacher, and I dropped out.
That's 2 less math teachers in the world.
YouTube has stolen 2 math teachers.
Are zebras counted as horses?
I think they're like cousins or something.
They see each other at Thanksgiving.
Were you the type of kid who wanted a pony?
No, I wanted dogs.
My twin sister like wanted to say, can we get a pony? And then my mom was always like, where would we put it? And we would like, good point. Last time we did this, I thought I went a little too easy on you. This time though, I think I know who I'm going up against. Yes, I am a coloring master. Hey, we both did the little front hooves sort of thing.
Yeah, yours is like a minotaur.
Yeah. Okay, final round.
Final round. I went a bit all out with oh god.
I mean, hey, it's final round.
Tyrantrum, and I chose Deoxys.
Holy, what am I going? How do you do this? You know what? I'm gonna pull out all my cards. He's gonna be derpy. I have given up.
This is turning out to be a joke. This poor thing. Who hurt you?
This is an abomination, to be honest. This doesn't look like either.
I don't know what I think about this round as a final ending round.
Yeah, this is how we're ending off. Why am I like erasing parts of it? I'm like, oh no, it doesn't look good. It's like all of it doesn't look good. This is the best legendary dinosaur I've ever seen.
They need to hire us right now. It's getting worse by the minute.
To be honest, I can't even tell what's what anymore.
I don't know about this round. He's so cute. He's like if he had a pre-evolution.
If the 2 of them combined had a pre-evolution. I like how we both had the hands. We had the hands as the noodle. Yours is okay. Yours is actually I can tell what's going on.
It's like a cluster of just throwing things in there.
So what have we learned?
We have learned that I don't think we learned anything. What was the one you're proud of?
I think the 4th one.
All right, so now you should go over and watch James's video.
Yeah, if you haven't already done that.
So, yeah, bye.
Bye.
At this point, you all know how I am about my special interests. My super addictive personality takes over, and I can get just a little passionate about things my brain becomes attached to. I just can't help myself. When I like something, I want to be completely surrounded by it at all times. Is that such a crime? No, it's not. I'm just enjoying life. You should try it sometime. My hyperfixations have always come in waves. None of them ever truly go away. They'll have their burst for a few months and then lay dormant in my head until something triggers them again. But guys, there's been a shift. The big one. It's finally happened. I've stumbled onto something that I have not been able to let go of. My brain has latched onto this new hyperfixation so tightly that even after several months, my obsession has only gotten stronger. It's this little guy called Chikawa. When Jacob and I were in Japan, August 2023, I saw these silly little figurines in a claw machine. They were funny and cute, so I got one and proceeded to carry it around in my pocket for the remainder of our Japan time. But as the trip went on, I continued to see this tiny white creature almost everywhere. Plushies and collectibles lined almost every store, posters, collabs, manga. Whatever this thing was, it was absolutely a big deal. And with every glance, something deep within me, some overwhelming force, urged me to buy as much as I could. I didn't know a single thing about this character, but it was addiction at first sight. This is a picture of the Chikawa haul I took back home to give you a visual of how much I descended into Chikawa madness after just 3 weeks of exposure. And as an update, this is my current Chikawa collection, a year and a half after my first encounter with the creature. The brainworms have fully taken over, and I am actively still desperate to obtain more. Coincidentally, a few months ago, the very first Chikawa pop-up shop came to America, and since it overlapped with my birthday, I made all my friends go to it and watch me buy everything. It was the best birthday ever. To anyone who isn't familiar, Chikawa comes from an online manga created by Nagano. The series hasn't really made its way to America yet, but it is huge in Japan. I'm desperately hoping this video will get more of the Western audience interested in Chikawa because I need it to be here. I cannot keep buying scalped merchandise through eBay. My bank account is melting. Please, Chikawa, I'm begging. But Jaiden, this looks like any other of those cute Japanese character mascots. What makes Chikawa so special? Look, unenlightened viewer, just sit back and let me spoon feed you the incredible world of Chikawa. I will bear the cross of spreading the Chikawa propaganda. Heed my gospel, if only this one time. So, Chikawa, what is this thing? It looks pathetic and puntable. And you are very right. Good job on that one. The word Chikawa can be translated to something small and cute. And this is the introduction to the manga. I want to become something like this. Some kind of small and cute creature. If someone gets mad at me, I want to cry like this and run away. When I get tired, I want to cry and fall asleep. If something makes me happy, I want to dance like this. I want to become something like this, some kind of small and cute creature, and then get something like a big cream puff and bury myself in it while feasting. Then I want to cry because I got cream all over myself and ran out of cream puffs. Gently clean myself, and then fall asleep while reminiscing. I want to become something like this, some kind of small and cute creature. And then on a rainy day, or when I'm carrying a lot, or when my legs are tired, I want to fall over and cry, and be picked up in a cart like this. And then get tossed inside my house. So right away, you kind of get who Chikawa is. It's tiny and pitiful in every way, with simple wants like good food and compliments. It's emotional and cries at the smallest inconveniences. I feel like at its core, Chikawa is a personification of the human desire to simply give in to the inner child's wants and emotional needs with no filter or judgment. It's extremely refreshing compared to the hustle and bustle of daily human life. After these first pages, the manga starts to take shape and becomes more like a traditional series with actual panels, new characters, and eventually there's even story arcs too. But sometimes a page is just about a character making good food, eating it, and enjoying it. And I love that. When I read Chikawa, it makes me feel like I'm timing out for a moment. I enter this world where life is simple and everything slows down. Each little moment and feeling gets to be highlighted. It helps to remind me to savor the joys of the smallest experiences life has to offer. Even though some parts of Chikawa's world are unrealistic, like rice cookers found in bushes that always refill with rice, or a magical geyser that spits out fun candy, it's not a complete escape from reality because it still offers very real experiences. At one point, Chikawa sees that its friend Hachiware has a cool weapon to protect itself from dangerous creatures. Inspired, Chikawa goes out and gets a job where it pulls weeds for money. After some time and hard work, it gets to show Hachiware they now have a matching weapon of their own, celebrating and playing with them together. Not everything that happens in the world of Chikawa is good, though. Sometimes the characters work hard and fail anyway. Watching their tiny minds struggle to deal with defeat is such a whiplash because you definitely expect nothing bad to ever happen to them. I have to admit, the manga has made me cry on multiple occasions. No judging unless you've read it too. But when they do succeed, you really get to slow down and appreciate their effort to achieve things. It's so rewarding to watch them come out on top. You get to celebrate the characters' little achievements with them. I don't remember the last time I felt this happy even achieving something for myself. And here I am getting the warm fuzzies over a creature eating ramen with its best friend. I don't mean to make it seem deeper than it is, but Chikawa really makes me feel like I need to slow down and let myself feel more fulfilled by the smaller wins life has to offer. This manga is just so charming. Something about how Nagano draws these things makes me both extremely happy and also laugh really hard. This is one of my favorite pages in all of Chikawa. Hachiware and Chikawa are running with their container of sushi, excited to get home and eat it together, but Hachiware trips and falls, completely ruining the sushi inside. And the face Chikawa makes absolutely kills me. I use it to message my friends all the time. It's just such a specific portrayal of this tiny, pitiful creature's feelings. I cannot get over it. Hachiware then decides to mix the sushi together and they get to eat it as rice bowls. Happy ending. I'm trying to explain it, but you really just have to read it yourself. I love the art. I love the content. I love how I feel when I'm consuming it. I have to buy merch. Looking at them, you probably think all the characters are all just sweet little cute things and don't really have distinguished personalities, but you couldn't be more wrong. This one's actually an alcoholic. Let me show you my personal favorite because, yeah, surprise, surprise, it's actually not Chikawa. This is Momonga. It's the complete opposite of what you would expect a character in this series to be like. It's selfish, needy, always telling everyone what to do. The complete opposite to Chikawa. Momonga should be absolutely insufferable, but at the same time, it also has this burning desire to act and be perceived in the most cute and likable way possible. It has no idea how social norms work. It is simply a conversational tornado, and I love it so much. I get the feeling I look really cute. Look! 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 Hey, you're bumping into them. The thing falls down. They made them cry. Will they apologize? Look, compliment me. They're terrible. Momonga might not be for everyone, but something about how unapologetically bratty it is lights up my world when I see it on the page. Like, look at this single panel. Creature lying on the floor, crying. Someone is wondering if it's gonna apologize for pushing it down. And Momonga is just standing there, not giving a single shit. I wish I could be Momonga. As you saw in my collection, I have a handful of Momonga things too. I just like buying Chikawa stuff more. There is a Chikawa anime too, and I like it. It's great at bringing the world to life. I still recommend reading the manga first, so you get to really appreciate the personality and charm of the drawings. But if you would simply rather watch cartoons than read, then absolutely go for it. I totally get it. I just want you to consume it one way or another, so it becomes popular in the West and they bring the merch here so I can buy it all. What's funny is the anime episodes are very short. 1 minute of animation, followed by another minute of rolling credits. As I'm writing this script, there are 225 episodes of the Chikawa anime, so 225 minutes, or just under 4 hours of content. You could get caught up on the entire Chikawa anime faster than some YouTube video essays. Compared to what a lot of media is feeding us right now, where everyone is always trying to aggressively grab your attention, get you to click on things, make you feel angry, overwhelm you, Chikawa is the complete opposite. It makes you appreciate every small moment. You watch these characters go through their silly, imperfect lives, enjoying their food, working towards their dreams, feeling so accomplished and fulfilled over the tiniest things. Sometimes they get upset, but by the next page, they're already enjoying something else going on in their life. While you go through this series, you'll have your first thought of, man, I wish real life was like the world of Chikawa. But then you kinda realize it just can be. You can take a moment to enjoy your food like they do. You can celebrate a milestone and feel just as rewarded as they do. They live in the moment, not stressing over what comes next or how they're gonna top it. And you can too! It makes emotions feel real and valuable again to me. All through these simple little puntable characters. Chikawa isn't gonna resonate with everyone like it has with me, and that's completely fine, even though they're wrong. But I do hope that I've convinced at least some of you to give it a try. You can watch the anime on High Dive with subtitles, but unfortunately, there's currently no official English translations of the manga. You have to get a bit crafty to read it at the moment. Until we get official translations, there is a fan-made guide to Chikawa resources in the description with fan-made translations. But be respectful and normal, please. To be honest, I'm a little scared of all the attention I'm putting on this community all at once, but please just be chill about it, okay? Also, please, you don't have to bring me up every time you see anything Chikawa related. I don't want to suddenly make this a Jaiden Animations thing. Just enjoy Chikawa as Chikawa, please. Thank you. I really want to be gentle with it because I love and respect the franchise a lot, but I also want to share this series with you guys as well. Hopefully, you'll be just as obsessed as I am, and then we can all buy merch once Chikawa comes to the West, eh? Thanks for letting me ramble about my favorite thing. I love Chikawa. I hope you'll give it a try. And if anyone out there watching can tell the Chikawa company to send the merch to America, please, I promise I will buy it all. Please. There's actually a chance I might have been pronouncing Chikawa wrong this whole video. I've heard other people pronounce it Chikawa or Chikawa. I really am not sure, so this is pretty embarrassing. Also, while prepping for this video, I sat on call with practically everyone on my team, and we all watched the whole Chikawa anime series together for research purposes, and then they all made Chikasonas. I cannot believe this is my job.
Hello everyone! So, I have a different video planned for today. I think you'll like it, and it's really special to me. As most of you know, I'm in college now. For one of my design classes, I have to create a project talking about my hero's journey. A hero's journey is a path that you go through in your life that tells you who you are and how you got there in 11 steps. Everyone has one. There's the ordinary world, call to adventure, refusal/acceptance of the call, meeting a mentor, crossing the first threshold, road of trials, supreme ordeal, ultimate boon, refusal of the return, crossing the return threshold, and finally, master of two worlds. Today, I'm going to talk to you about my personal hero's journey. It's kind of like a Draw My Life, but a bit more personal. My name is Jaiden. I'm an average shy girl who grew up in an average family in average surroundings, but I'm happy with it all because I love everything about them. Average is okay. You don't always need to stick out. Ever since I was little, I've had a love for drawing and art, and I never really grew out of it. I drew all the time, and I'm still trying to improve and get better. One random day, I was somehow noticed by these two wonderful people known as Tiffany and Red. They run a popular YouTube channel called Aya's Cupquake, and for some reason they liked my art. They approached me to make animations for them, and basically opened up a whole new world of opportunity for me. As ecstatic as I was, I had to weigh my options. On one hand, these internet famous celebrities had noticed my art out of hundreds of other people and wanted to work with me, but on the other, I basically had zero experience in animation whatsoever. I was like a helpless baby bird in the world of animating. I didn't know what to do. Did I want to go down such a path completely blind? Hell yeah. Tiffany and Red were unbelievably perfect. I've never met such amazing, supportive people. They helped me with learning the ways of YouTube and were always encouraging when I needed it most, especially since I had absolutely no clue what I was doing 90% of the time. They were really the exact thing I needed starting my own path with YouTube and animation. After a lot of hard work and figuring out how to actually animate, I came up with my first few animations. One for Aya's Cupquake, and one for my own channel. Yes, I had decided to use this amazing opportunity to start my own YouTube channel. I'd been a fan of YouTube for years, and it was a secret dream of mine to have my own channel and entertain people myself. I had no idea where it would take me, but it was something I knew I wanted to do with a dying passion. I just didn't know how to start. YouTube made me happy, and I wanted to be someone who could make others smile like so many others had done for me. The first videos were posted and the feedback from everyone was unbelievable. I'd never experienced anything like it before in my entire life. You know the feeling of when someone gives you a really great compliment and you have warm fuzzies for the rest of the day? Amplify that feeling by a million. It motivated me to work even harder and get more animations out. I couldn't get enough of the feeling of making so many people smile, but at the same time, I was starting to lose interest in everything else in my life. I wasn't managing my time well with school, I didn't want to hang out with friends as much. It was all I wanted to do, and I started not caring about anything else outside of my little online world. Then the high demand for animations started stressing me out. So many people were asking, when is the next animation? And why don't you post more often? I felt like I was letting them down. My grades started dropping, nothing drastic, but I wasn't doing as well as I normally had. I had no other interests, and to make it even more complicated, I was leaving for college in the next few months. On top of it all, I started losing confidence in myself and who I was. I'm never one to be full of myself in the first place, but I started having no faith in almost anything I did, despite all the compliments and encouraging words people have been giving me. Everything started to build up, and I felt cornered. I didn't know how to handle things, and I started melting down slowly. I also didn't talk to anyone about how I was feeling because they didn't really understand what I was in. This whole thing was new to everyone. After a long time of confusion and just being really messed up, a miracle finally helped me get out of my rut. That amazing 100,000 milestone. Something about seeing that huge number of people who supported me and enjoyed what I do changed my view on things. This whole YouTube thing is really happening, and it's what truly makes me happy. I can make it work. It's really my dream job. I began feeling better about everything, knowing that I had the love and support from so many of you amazing people. I'm starting to fall too much in love with YouTube and uploading content for everyone. It's funny because I don't really want to be in college, I just want to have YouTube be what I do full time. But I still need to think about the future. Will I still be able to make a living without a degree? How far can YouTube actually take me? There's so much I still need to consider, and it can be overwhelming at times. I don't know if I'll be able to continuously balance them both at the same time, and I'm gonna have to start making some serious decisions at some point in the future. Things will start coming together eventually. It's all just jumbled up at the moment. I'm gonna end up being happy no matter what, because things always have a way with working themselves out. I really am so blessed to be where I am. YouTube and all the support from you guys have shaped me to become better as an animator, artist, and person. I'm never gonna be able to show how thankful I am for that, because it doesn't happen to everyone. I just got lucky. I'm gonna find a perfect balance between everything one day. I'm gonna become confident in my skills and not be so hypocritical with myself. I want to be able to be comfortable with my art and not be so self-conscious, because I am still struggling with my confidence. Also, I want to make an impact on other people's lives, just like YouTube has done to mine. Everyone deserves to enjoy what they're doing, because life is too precious to live it being unhappy. Don't let opportunities pass you by. You need to take a leap of faith every once in a while. I hope you all enjoyed my little life/YouTube story. Maybe this will make you think about your own hero's journey and where it's taking you. It was really enjoyable reliving how I got to where I am, and to this day I still don't know why I'm here. I think about how lucky I am all the time, and I'd like to thank every single one of you. Also, say hello to my professor because this is the exact project that I'm turning in, and he'll be grading this. Hello, Professor Haywood. Thank you for watching, everyone. Bye! A couple months ago, I went to visit the college campus that I planned on attending. I really liked it. Pretty scenery, good art classes, but the campus is really big and the students are known to ride bikes and skateboard to their classes in order to get there quicker. That's when I decided I'd like to try skateboarding, since they're easier to carry around than a bike for convenience, and I like the idea of having a cool new hobby. After some research, I decided to go to a shop and look at them in person, and maybe talk to some experts. My mom and I drove down to the local mall and walked into the skate shop, where we were greeted by a nice employee. The shop was small, and you could literally have a conversation with someone on the other side of the room, but it was still a pretty cool place. As my mom talked to the employee about what we were looking for, I decided to check out one of the skateboards on display. There's a little rug the store provided for the customers to stand on without slipping off the skateboard, so I used it to try out the board. It was really cool until I noticed that I was starting to slowly roll off the rug. I started silently panicking to myself. This rug was the only thing keeping me safe from falling off that skateboard. I needed it. I trusted it. And it was betraying me. Stop it! People have different reactions in panic situations. For me, everything goes in slow motion. All I could think about was the horrible ways that this could end. I felt like Mufasa when he was above the cliff with Scar. Rug! Help me! Long live the king/queen, because technically you are of the female gender, but the quote uses the male counterpart. No! Wildebeests. I was having a mental breakdown in the corner by myself. Half of the board was on the tile now, and it was starting to pick up some speed. I quickly glanced over at my mom to see if she noticed the peril that I was in. Still talking. I had to do something before I was cast away into the abyss of free space, so slowly I started putting my foot down towards the floor. I should be able to just step off the board, nothing else. Oh god, don't do anything stupid. Don't do anything stupid. But the thing was, as I was stepping off, the weight on the board became unbalanced, which forced it the opposite way I was getting off. This caught me so off guard, I stumbled backward, launching the skateboard across the floor, and watched as it slammed very loudly into the show rack that was holding other boards. Everyone saw, since we were basically breathing down each other's necks in a shop the size of a bathroom. My initial reaction, as it is to most things, was to just laugh it off. But it was just a really awkward laugh that I was using to try and say, oh, oops, I'm sorry, I'm such a klutz. But on the inside, stop, don't look at me, no. We left, and every time I pass that store, I just cringe. I can never return there ever again. Wildebeests.
This is Asperia, a beautiful place known for its breathtaking scenery, gorgeous mountains, bustling villages, and secrets around every corner. In a forest somewhere, Jaiden can be found playing with Ari and Tofu, her loyal bird companions. She lays back, happily enjoying the sunlight as Ari runs around disturbing the wildlife, and Tofu eats dirt. Jaiden is the region's very own wildlife biologist. She documents every new animal she encounters in her ecological guidebook, hoping to one day discover every mysterious creature Asperia has to offer. Ari and Tofu help in their own ways, I suppose. As she's writing down this interaction in her book, for scientific purposes of course, a flock of fruit doves flies by overhead. Jaiden immediately recognizes them from their bright white feathers and loud screeches. Very obnoxious ear-piercing screeches. Oh, how nature sure is a blessing sometimes. Just as they pass over, one of the bird calls spooks Ari, who is too distracted with bullying the rat. In a burst of panic from the sudden shrieks, Ari takes off and starts flying away in a fit of confusion. Ari? Ari, stop! Hey! Come on, dude, you're being dramatic. Jaiden calls out to her bird, but he's already too far away. Even if he could hear her, he's way too stubborn to listen anyway. Well, this is just great. After hours of searching for Ari in random bushes, trees, caves, Jaiden finally admits defeat and starts heading to the nearby town of Hollystone for extra help in finding her bird. Luckily, she immediately spots a noble Hollystone soldier. Perfect. I'll just go up to the guard and simply ask him if he can help me find Ari. I need your help! It's an emergency! We need to alert the town! Ari the bird is missing! He's gonna die out there if he doesn't eat his daily 5-course meal! You gotta help me, man! Please, help me find Ari! Oh my god, woman, calm down! Just as Jaiden was calmly talking to the guard about the dire situation, someone approaches. It seems like they somehow overheard the conversation she and the soldier were having. Typical eavesdroppers. The person asks Jaiden what happened, but she's too distracted by the fact the traveler has 2 funny little hamsters with them. Hamsters? Who are you? Are you looking for a duel? This is unfortunate because I'm missing my strongest battler, Ari, so you outnumber me in creatures. But luckily, bird-type attacks are super effective on hamsters, so it shouldn't be— Whoa, chill out. I'm Merlin. I heard you need help with finding your lost bird? Phew, they're just here to help. Jaiden wasn't really in the mood to wipe the floor with this kid's hamsters right now anyway. To help, Merlin asks Jaiden which forest she was in when Ari took off. Wait, the forests have names? This might be a bit trickier than everyone originally thought it would be. As the new little team starts retracing Jaiden's steps, they determine the area she was most likely in when Ari flew away was the south side of Ryham. Probably. Luckily, the Hollystone soldier knows a villager over there that commonly feeds the birds. If anyone were to see Ari, it would definitely be him. With a fresh lead, the Hodgepodge crew head off together on their new quest to find Ari. They can only hope he's not gotten himself into too much trouble, but knowing him, it's quite inevitable. This was the start to the quest line of Jaiden and her birds in the game, and also this video's sponsor, AFK Journey. Me and the AFK Journey team have collaborated to put together a fun little campaign that includes Jaiden, me, Ari, and Tofu. It's also the first time I've ever been featured in a video game, which is really cool, and it'll be active from September to November, so I hope you get to try it out. The new season, Waves of Intrigue, is out today. There's a link to the game in the description for you to download for free. Waves of Intrigue brings with it a wealth of new content, including a brand new map area, the bustling hub city of Rustport, new game modes and characters to recruit, fishing and sailing mechanics, and so much more. There's even new intense pirate and mafia elements that you can explore and immerse yourself with. On top of it all, they've added even more stories and trials to beat if you're up to the challenge. AFK Journey has given me a code for you all to punch in. Use code Tofu and Ari for some exclusive rewards. The link is down below, or you can use this handy dandy QR code. The game is beautiful, massive, and definitely has so much for you to uncover and discover throughout the entire world they've created. I hope you'll give it a try. Thank you again to AFK Journey for not only sponsoring this video, but also putting me into their game in such a cool way. Thanks for watching!
Hey everyone, welcome back to an amazing video with Jaiden Animations. Is that
Yeah,
good?
I'm going with that one. Thanks for doing that for me. Yeah, we're doing a drawing video. We've got James here.
Hey.
And then we've also got Adam, who's something else YT.
Hello.
We're all good friends and stuff, but we haven't had Adam in a video. What we're gonna do is we're gonna draw iconic characters from memory.
Oh wait, from
So-
memory? That's what we're doing?
Dude,
Did you look it up?
did you look it up?
Well, no, Oh, well, yeah, I looked it up, but now I have. Well, no, I don't have it looked up right now.
Okay, well, just forget it. Forget it right now. Okay?
Just pretend that you didn't. So everyone has to draw the bagel witch from Adventure Time.
Yes. Oh, yes. The bagel.
I haven't.
Do you know what
I
we're
think I
talking
saw
about?
that. I saw that episode, but I don't remember what she looks like.
That's the point. She's like my favorite character.
Oh, she's the best.
I want her to come back. I want her in the season finale.
I've like only seen. You know what? I have a better idea. This is good. I'm taking so much creative liberty with this.
I don't know. I just realized something. I don't know how to draw.
Tough luck.
Okay, so a bagel witch, or is it the donut witch? You know what? It doesn't matter. These
It's
both
the
work.
donut
really
witch.
doesn't matter.
Because I'm
Because
literally.
she's like, you're a bagel. Like, so she doesn't like the bagels.
I think I'm doing pretty well. Oh, no, I'm not.
So we should probably explain the reason why we're recording this is because we're going to be gone for...
a long time, yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna be going to VidCon, and then, well, I think when this is up, we're recording in advance.
I've had friends or parents give advice to me where I'm like, oh, I'm gonna be busy this next couple of weeks, and then they always say like, oh, just have stockpile them, right? And I just
It's like, that you don't understand.
I wish I could stockpile.
Mine's kind of done. I don't know what else to add.
Yeah, mine's done too.
I didn't draw a character. I drew. Oh, now it looks like a blueberry. Hold on. So
One of these things are not like the other.
one could even say it's the odd one out.
I don't remember what exactly her face looked like, so
I
I
think
just
we
imagined.
had the same, like, she had a weird, like, chin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then James, good attempt.
The one that I chose is Bowser.
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 Okay,
from
isn't he your
Mario.
favorite Mario character?
Sure. From Mario.
Well, it is
yes.
now.
Yeah, actually, you know what? Yeah, he's my favorite Mario character. I changed my mind.
I think I'm drawing a cat.
Oh shoot, I'm drawing him cute. Look at this.
You
Look
draw
at this.
everything cute.
I'm drawing baby
When in
Bowser.
doubt, make it cute.
What the freak does Bowser look like? Hold up.
Does he doesn't have ears.
Does Bowser have ears?
I know he's got
he have-
spikies.
I know he has like a mohawk thing going on, doesn't he?
I have given up.
Already? Round
Like,
2,
I'm-
James has already given up.
I'm not giving up, but like I'm making him kind of like a kid, you know?
Isn't that his kid, Bowser Jr.?
I feel like he has cat lips.
I think he has something like going on, like his eyebrows are together.
This doesn't look right, but I don't know what to do to make it look not wrong anymore.
I got it spot on. I did it. I'm finished. I'm gonna color it.
I think I just always default to my legs. You know how my legs are little nubs? I think I just default to always drawing those.
Yeah, you got some pretty looking legs. That came out weird. Wait.
I don't know how to, like... I don't... Okay, this doesn't look right.
They have these turtle backpacks for sale.
It's like Hot Topic exclusive.
Or like Tilly's or something like that. Wait, no, Tilly's
Yeah.
is not one of those stores. Is it?
I don't know. Isn't it like Skater Kids?
He was a skater boy. Something later.
She was a boy.
She was a boy. I feel like he had a belt somewhere. I'm just gonna give him a bunch of belts. He has a belt, right?
What if you drew a Goomba instead?
What if he just drew like Luigi? I think I'm done. Oh, I think I just gave him a bit of a mullet, but that's okay. Aww.
You
Yeah,
gave him
you're-
little like seat belts.
Yours is cute.
He has little seatbelt.
Oh, he does have. That's what I was thinking of the belt. He has the things on his arms.
Yeah. Wait,
what? What is this, Adam?
Adam.
What is this, Adam?
It's Bowser. See, the problem was I can't draw.
Oh, he has sort of like a nose. I get it. Yeah, I see it.
Oh, see, yeah, he does have like a cat mouth, but with a
Yeah.
weird nose.
That's true.
You guys might not get this one, but Count Chocula. Do you remember Count Chocula?
From the cereal?
Yeah, like the cereal.
I've never heard of that cereal before.
You've never heard of that cereal?
I'm imagining that he's kind of like Sesame Street.
One.
Yeah.
I'm picturing like the Count from what's it called?
Hotel Transylvania.
Yeah.
I'm picturing Count Chocula because I know my cereal mascots.
People are probably gonna hate the way I draw because I don't like. I just draw.
People hate when I draw because I just draw.
Ignore the haters, BB. We had a tradition in my house where you were only allowed to eat sugar cereal on Christmas morning.
Wow. So like, what cereal would you normally have?
Like Honey Bunches of Oats, Life, Cheerios, not Honey Nut Cheerios, just normal Cheerios. Actually, my mom would get Honey Nut Cheerios and real Cheerios and mix them in.
I never liked those cereals as a kid because they were too boring for me.
What?
Honey Nut Cheerios, they're the same flavor every single time.
Wait,
like,
what kind of
oh.
cereal are you eating where it's a different flavor every time?
Yeah.
Well, like, so like, okay, so Lucky Charms. You get the oats flavor and you get the marshmallow flavor. It's an explosion of flavor.
It's like 2 flavors, 1 whole extra flavor. I don't know what cereal. I think I just like as a kid I just had waffles. That's what I ate before school every morning.
I remember when it comes to waffles, for me, I always woke up late, so I never really had time to like put the Eggo waffles in the toaster oven. I just basically eat it frozen. And
Oh, that's so sad.
Well, it tastes good. Like, I kind of like it better frozen.
Okay, you're making me sad, Adam.
Well, no. How is that sad?
It's just like a sad food to eat is a cold waffle that's frozen.
I like the rock hard cold waffle.
Can't wait to wake up in the morning and eat a frozen waffle.
Oh, it looks like that looked like a Nazi symbol. Jaiden, don't put that.
Hey, man, that's too controversial for YouTube. You're gonna get demonetized.
Oh, Count Chocula, doesn't he like have a tuxedo thing?
Oh, he has a tuxedo?
Oh,
No, I mean, no.
right.
I don't know, does he?
What is this cereal? I've never heard of it.
It's
Isn't
like
it just like Cocoa
chocolate
Puffs?
little vampires.
Looks like he's wearing a V-neck. I'm gonna keep it.
You know, this is making me hungry for chocolate cereal.
Fatty.
Cool. 2 different answers. He's got a bunch of spoons in his pocket. And then this pocket is for cereal. So it's like he's so ready to give kids cereal.
God, I'm so ready to give children cereal.
Come into the van, children. I've got chocolatey cereal.
That's how they
my
get you.
God.
Boom.
Oh, okay. I see what you guys did. He's like much more equipped.
He's equipped.
Constantly ready for. Wait, where is? Oh, his arms are in there. Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
it's
like
like
just popping out of the trench
Under
coat.
a trench coat.
He doesn't even have vampire teeth. He has buck teeth. What?
Is he like a beaver vampire?
Beaver vampire.
Whatever. I like mine better. Next round. So it's kind of like a 2-parter.
Oh.
The Coyote and Roadrunner from Looney Tunes.
I think I got the Roadrunner down, but not the Coyote.
I think I got the coyote down and not the roadrunner.
I think I'm gonna sweep the floor with both of you. Oh, I made him. He looks like Daffy Duck and Bugs Bunny combined together, and that's not what I'm going for. I don't know how his head goes. Oh no, this is really ugly.
Whatever I'm drawing looks freaking terrifying.
Oh geez, he looks like the skinny kid in a high school movie.
I just did something. I'm like, yes.
This looks so stupid.
Do you guys know how to spell Looney Tunes?
Yes.
Oh wait,
Adam,
yes.
Adam, how do you spell Looney Tunes? You know what? Don't even spell Looney. Spell Tunes.
Tunes.
Yeah, you got it.
No.
Yeah.
Oh.
Wait, yeah.
No, you're right.
There's like the the Mandela effect
Yeah.
where people think it was
Like
O
cartoons.
and
Yeah,
S.
it makes sense because it's like
Yeah.
cartoons.
Not gonna lie, I took a 50-50 chance and I knew what I was doing.
I feel like this is a bad Furyo scene.
I don't. God, I'm a great drawer.
I want all the people to not judge me on everything I've drawn today. Does the Roadrunner have eyelashes? Isn't the Roadrunner a girl?
I think so.
And also, speaking of Mario from the last round, do you know Birdo?
Isn't
He's-
he a boy?
Yeah.
No, it's a girl, isn't it?
It's one of those
I think
trivia things.
I think it's canon that Birdo is a guy.
Wait, but like, wasn't Yoshi and Birdo like a thing?
And a gay romance? Yeah, they are.
Oh, good for them.
I don't know how his tail goes. No, he looks like an ostrich, or she. Sorry.
Don't misgender.
Don't Roadrunners eat insects, not seeds? That whole cartoon is flawed.
Telling me it's not real?
I feel like if people saw mine, they would,
Strike you for copyright.
That's how good it is. Boom, I'm done.
Oh, yeah,
Is
you
that- is
drew
that-
an action shot.
Oh,
Yeah, that-
whoa, okay,
no,
yours
that one's
is
better.
a lot better.
I'm a get.
Oh, buddy boy! He's got arms!
James, yours looks like a knockoff, like a wolf chasing a really fast duck.
Adam, did you forget to draw the nose on
Did I?
the
I
coyote?
did.
I like how he's got elf shoes.
Are you ready? The alligator from Sonic.
I don't know this one either.
You don't know that one?
I didn't know the chocolate guy, and now I don't know the croc guy.
This is perfect.
Alligators don't even go fast. I know Knuckles is like built on upper body, so I'm just gonna like go off that. And he's gonna have really good calves.
So what do you think this character is like, Jaiden?
Like cool skater dude.
Ooh.
I think his name's like Doug.
Doug. This is iconic characters, not minor iconic characters.
He's iconic to me.
I think I got him spot on, to be honest.
What if I give him Crocs for shoes? There we go.
Was this guy a good guy or a bad guy?
I feel like he's mischievous and like kind of sly sometimes, but he's like on the right side.
Well, since I know the character, he's dumb.
It's funny because I was just talking to this character. He says you're dumb too.
Wait, James, did you give him chains? Animations?
Yeah, look,
He's
that's
so
his
gangster.
actual picture. Do you not see the actual picture?
Oh, you're right. He does have chains.
Haha.
I think actually the body I drew is not far off from his body. This guy looks cool.
Man, I didn't realize that he doesn't look anything like my character that I drew.
Is this
Next
the
one. This
last
is
one?
the last one, yeah.
Caillou.
Caillou.
I'm
Okay.
just a kid who's 4. Each day I learn some more.
I had it and then I lost it. I watched this show as a kid, but I never watched it like as a kid where I would remember what he looks like.
I am almost done.
I think, you know what? I do know what he looks like.
The only thing I remember about Caillou is watching one episode where he went to the grocery store with his mom and he was in the grocery cart. That's the only random memory that I have of Caillou.
I remember there was this one episode. He was like really pissed off because his dad wanted him to take a bath, but he was just being a little brat. And I was like, who does this kid think he is? I'm just like, my parents tell me I gotta take a bath. I just do it.
Yeah, I thought Caillou was a brat even as a little kid.
All right, I'm done. Are you guys done?
Wait, I'm not done.
One more
Never
second.
mind. I'm still working super hard on mine.
Okay, I'm done.
Okay, me too.
Okay. What? No, James.
Oh, come on.
Look at those beautiful boys.
So,
What'd we learn?
we learned that, I don't think we learned anything.
Friendship. We always
We
wins.
tried our best, okay? So, yeah, this video is done. You should go watch James and Adam's video.
Yeah.
And yeah, so thanks for watching. Bye.
Okay, bye.
Dating. Not a fan. But you know, dating simulators can be the closest thing there is to dating without actually having to go out and do it for real, which can seem much more appealing to people like me who do not like people. Believe it or not, dating sims are more popular than you think. Don't believe me? Yeah, I guess that's fair. Either way, there's a seemingly endless plethora of different types of dating simulators out there. You can simulate dating anime girls, anime boys, evil anime girls, old rich chicken man, bubbles, birds. Anything you set your mind to, you can date. Virtually. I've never really played or wanted to play dating simulators. The closest thing I've come to developing any sort of connection with virtual beings is being best friends with Chief in Animal Crossing when I was 13. So I decided I want to see what they're like. You know, surely there's a reason the genre has roughly 22 million consumers. I mean, that's a few million short of the entire continent of Australia. You love bugs, but I didn't go out looking to play the generic normal games. I wanted to test the limits of game developers' creativity and find dating sims that were conceptually really out there. First on the table is speed dating for ghosts. As you can guess, we are starting out by dating ghosts. So how it works is you choose a room to go into, you have a few minutes to chat with a ghost until a bell rings, and another one sits down in front of you. There's 3 ghosts per room, and once you get the chance to chat with all of them, they all do another circuit, you can continue your conversations, and ultimately choose which one you want to go on a date with. I'm greeted by the speed dating receptionist Fran, who says, "We get all kinds of ghosts here. Nice ones, sad ones, spooky ones. It gets lonely being a ghost." And I say, "I like being alone." And Fran goes, "I've never met a ghost who doesn't need anyone. No one to talk to? It makes sense, all this? I'm doing just fine, thanks. You don't even want to make a friend?" Nope. And that led to me leaving the speed dating for ghosts event. Well, okay, I guess I can't be myself in these games after all. So I lie, and I'm given the choice to enter one of 3 rooms. The room of palms, the room of liars, and the room of black. I just went into the room of palms. This huge buff jock ghost sits down in front of me, introduces himself as Riley, and proceeds to call me pretty hot for a ghost. To which I reply, "Slow down there, buddy." And Riley immediately apologizes, and now I feel bad. Guys, I don't think I'm good at... I think I've been choosing nothing but all the wrong answers so far. Riley and I chat a bit, the bell rings, and I meet this old smoking ghost who used to live in Vegas and was part of the Vegas Mafia until they burned her house down with her in it. The bell rings again, and this giant bush ghost sits down. So this is Steph. She's anxious and introspective in a light and charming way. I'll be honest when I say I did really enjoy her conversations, but then you start to realize she doesn't realize she's dead and a ghost. And then the conversation turns more into just trying to hint towards letting her know she's not alive anymore. I started learning Japanese, but there's thousands of kanji characters to learn. You've got an eternity to learn. If only I'll die before I learn the language. You're already dead. Ha! Yeah, you're right. In a way, we all are just waiting to die. You're dead. Are you threatening me? I'm gonna tell Fran. Steph finally catches on, and then it gets super introspective. You know, I still feel alive. Just dissociated. Ouch! Oof! Whoa! Oh, that one was real out of nowhere. What the heck? You can't recite my own feelings to me like that. Time ran out and the event came to a close. Out of all the ghosts, I wasn't really drawn to any of them enough to want to go on a date. I like Steph, but she's got her own demons to face for a bit, so back to the 3 rooms I went. For round 2, I chose Room of Liars. First up is a ghost that is apparently very scared of ghosts. When I was alive, I used to be so scared of ghosts. And turns out they were real this whole time? That one was, you know, I feel like there was an overall ceiling going into it with how well that could have gone no matter what. So, you know. Then came Spooky Peter, and I was ecstatic. Oh my god, he's so cool! He died from the bubonic plague, and now he's become a master at spooking people who are still alive. He's an actual legend. I'm blessed to be in his presence. The living people have written books about him. I was getting spooking tips and learning about the mirror world when the bell rang and this shark ghost, Leon, sits down in front of me and leads with, "Wanna make some money? Doesn't everyone? Exactly. Let's rob a bank." So I meet up with Leon at the place he told me. I was a little bummed I couldn't chat more with Spooky Peter, but when someone invites you to join them in robbing a bank, how can you say no? You put everything on hold. We were getting ready to go in and we're chatting with Leon's bank robbing buddy, Carlsbad, who was explaining how he works at the bank we were about to rob so he can open the safe and knows where all the security cameras are pointed. When... Spooky Peter! Leon recruited Spooky Peter to join the bank rob crew from the speed dating event as well. I'm nothing less than ecstatic, and my mental health is at an all-time high, which is the ideal circumstances for bank robbing. We get into the safe thanks to Carlsbad, and unfortunately there wasn't a huge pile of money like Leon was hoping. Like in the, you know, like in the cartoons and movies. But we were able to open a deposit box that had some lawyer documents in it and a 14-karat gold vanity mirror set. I gave the mirror to Spooky Peter. That was about all the time we had before we had to scram out of there. And even though it wasn't a huge pile of money, I think it was a pretty successful bank robbery. We took something from the bank. That's, what else do you want? And I got to see Spooky Peter again. So, since I technically didn't go out on a date with anyone from the liar's room and robbed a bank instead, that leaves one room left to find my spooky ghost partner. Everyone in the Room of Black was very nice. There was a punk rock skater kid just looking to have fun with a new friend, a nice old pollen lady who makes jam for the living, and Gary. Hello? I'm gonna narrow my own eyes at you. Oh my god. Okay. Hello? No! Bad breath? Please. I'm so sorry. Oh my god, this is embarrassing. I learned Gary's a vengeful ghost who was murdered at his office job, but doesn't remember how, why, or who did it. So naturally, I go along with him to find his murderer and avenge his soul. Turns out Gary was the murderee and stabbed his work partner and then was shot by the police. Well, he was very nice to me. Speed dating for ghosts. I made a lot of friends, but no virtual ghost could win my heart. So let's move on to The Bachelor. You know how The Bachelor works. This is just that. In rat form. I've been told these violet eyes of mine are more purple than all the lavender in the world, and I certainly smell better too. Ooh, you talk a lot. Dear, I can't say that I recall you mentioning it, but how did you say you scored on the SATs? I got a 1570, which is quite good, if you didn't know. Wow, you're so different. You wanted to hear more about my work? Yes, sometimes I host Saturday Night Live and also Wheel of Fortune and Dancing with the Stars. Ever seen Avengers by Marvel? I was the Avenger. Wow.
Meep. Meeple.
Wow, you're so different. It's time you meet my children. Reggie997, Evangeline, Esquire Jr., Sharpie, and Trashcan. They already love you. Yuck. If you want my respect, you need to earn it. My whole life, I've had to make do by myself and work for what I've got. And every time I've needed help, people let me down. Yuck. Honestly, as much as I enjoy being here on The Bachelor, I can't wait to get back home so I can keep teaching my baking class at the local youth center. The kids are so sweet. Next up, I'm teaching them all to bake cheesecake. I hope you can come with me. I could bake you a cheesecake. The kids would love you. You talk a lot. I ended up proposing to 3 salamanders dressed up as a rat. Alright, what's next? Dating a dog? Sure, why not at this point? Would you like to see my collection of newts? No. What's your ideal starting Pokemon? I'm way more Digimon, to be honest. Would you like to hear a joke? I hate jokes. Pipe down and listen up. What do you call an alligator in a vest? An investigator. I never want to see you again. So I've tried dating ghosts, rats, dogs. What else is there at this point? You're right. Namco video game characters. When I found out this sim lets you date Namco characters, I immediately thought of Fygar from Dig Dug. I just think he's really cool. I don't think they'd put Fygar in there, but Dig Dug is part of the cast, so I started getting my hopes up that I could get to know Dig Dug. So in the game, you play as a shy, awkward cousin from Katamari Damacy who attends Namco High. You end up being put in detention for rolling up desks, the entire marching band, cars, Principal Dig Dug. Wait, he's the principal? Yeah, that's not gonna work. So now I'm bummed and on the verge of quitting the game. What's the point in playing if neither Dig Dug or Fygar are romantic interests? But in the cast of characters in the detention room I could talk to, one stuck out to me. Galaga Ship. And suddenly it's all worth it again. I go up and try to talk to Galaga Ship, and naturally they're surrounded by all the popular characters. They're talking about the school play and how they all think Galaga Ship is perfect to play Juliet, and thus began my plan to get into the school play to Romeo Juliet Kiss Galaga Ship. I have the option to talk to other characters, and I just go, no, I'd rather sit here and do nothing until the end of detention. And that's exactly what I did. The next day was the little school festival to show off all the clubs and stuff. Naturally, I went straight for the drama club and found Galaga Ship manning the booth. I want to join. Auditions are in the auditorium. I want to be Romeo. Read your lines. Alas, that love, whose view Romeo's understudy. Bam! Good enough. Now I have an excuse to practice lines with Galaga Ship, who did land the Juliet role because they're perfect in every way. The story moves along and I meet up with Galaga Ship to rehearse our lines. Well, their lines. You know, understudy. But Principal Dig Dug finds us in the auditorium and thinks we're skipping class for some reason and gives us both double detention. So the obvious next step for me was to sneak onto Galaga Ship's property at night and discreetly start apologizing for getting them into double detention. But then their parents find us being secretive and suspicious and ban me from ever talking to their child ever again. It starts raining. Then Pac-Man, who has not been a character in this story at all up until this point, shows up and tells me to be true to myself. Okay, I go home. The next day at school, we find out suddenly Pac-Man has been kidnapped by evil Namco High. I don't even know where the story is going anymore. Galaga Ship and I team up and beat everyone up, I think. Like all the students and teachers. We rescue Pac-Man, and that's the end. The end. I'll be honest, that one was a bit... I think it lost me there. You'd think a game where you can date Galaga Ship would have a clearer story. After all the dating simulators I just went through, I think I feel weird. Were they all fun? Yeah, I'd say so. But
Yeah, maybe going for the strangest ones. I guess I got what I asked for. Either way, it was a nice experience. I believe I understand the appeal of dating simulators. It is unfortunate I didn't end up finding my perfect virtual relationship, but hey, there's plenty of ones and zeros in the sea. But I do not think I will be casting my line again anytime soon. However, I could go for another bank robbery.
Surprise! We've been working with Terraria to do a collab on some merch stuff, and it's here! Look at this awesome Jaiden Lunatic cultist stuff. Dang, dude, it's so sick! You can find it on the Terraria shop, which is just terraria.shop. We're working on some Christmas merch for my own store, so keep an eye out for that. And if this video goes up on the day it should be, which is November 14th, I'm on tour! Scribble Showdown is on the road, and the gang and I should be having a great time making people laugh with our silly little drawings. Alright, see you later. Also, dating games, am I right? Raise your hand if you've ever sacrificed physical, mental, and or emotional health to overwork yourself into an extremely depressive state of mind that takes days to recover from in hopes to be happy with a result knowing it's probably not gonna be worth it in the end. If a friend came up to you and said, "Hey, I'm gonna go run 50 miles and refuse to eat, sleep, or take care of myself until I'm done," you'd be like, "No, you doof, that's a horrible idea. You need sunscreen first." Overworking yourself has such a confusing interpretation right now. Everyone knows it's not good, but at the same time, it's also glorified. The best examples are in school or work environments. Dude, I had 6 hours of homework last night and didn't get to bed until 4 a.m. You think that's bad? The other week, I had 3 tests to study for, so I pulled an all-nighter and only drank coffee for 2 days straight. I have not slept for a week. My blood flows with Red Bull and Xanax. When someone's driven to work exceptionally hard, obviously that's really admirable. But when they start forfeiting self-care in place of hard work, that's when you start crossing into the realm of pain and uncontrollable suffering. Yeah, but enduring the pain and pushing forward is super strong. No. Admiring something that's stupid and unhealthy isn't commendable. Instead of encouraging it, tell your brain, "Hey, no, bad. Not on the carpet." Your emotions start to chop and change more, your mental health starts to deteriorate, you snap more at things that aren't big deals, everything feels like you're playing sudden death mode in Smash Bros. Honey, I brought you some lemonade. Everyone is going to experience burning themselves out in some sort of way. That's part of life. If you don't, you're either perfect or the devil. And I don't trust either of those, so stay back. I've been slowly losing my sanity from overworking myself ever since I dropped out of college, which was 2 years ago. It's the type of thing that slowly creeps in, and you only start to notice it when your insides have already deteriorated by 30% and your insanity stat has reached level 10. Burnout is caused by 3 main variables: depersonalization, where you don't feel in control of yourself anymore, emotional exhaustion, and a lost sense of achievement. Wow, Jaiden, you're so smart! Ha! Yep, you know me. I'll research anything all day just to educate the people. After a long time of feeling like a very sad shell of a person, I started seeing a therapist. So the first day I came in, she just asked some basic questions to get to know me and my situation. And she got to the question, "What would you describe your average daily schedule to be?" And I was like, alright, that seems simple enough. So I wake up around 8:30, have a small snack, work out for like 30 minutes, and start working. So I work until lunch, and then I get back to work. Yeah. And I work until dinner, and then I work until I go to sleep. And when's that? 1 a.m. Yeah, I see the problem now. I was, and still am, struggling with the mindset of, if I'm not working, I'm being lazy. And the fact that I work for myself in my own home and am my own boss doesn't help at all. Taking a break to play games? But I could be working. Eating dinner? I could be working. Sleeping? But I could be working. But I could be working harder. I'm not saying this just for you, but for myself. It's okay to take personal time for yourself. Don't work your life away. I'll take a break when I'm dead. Frick. never got to come up with a funny tombstone. I asked a bunch of my friends about their experiences with overworking themselves, and they're all like, oh yeah, burnout is torture and can go frickin' suck a jellyfish. Their stories consisted of not sleeping for hours or days on end in exchange for more time to work, denying themselves food or water until they finished something, breaking for a minute to go to the bathroom only to go right back to work, snapping at friends or family for no reason. It sucks because these aren't even uncommon experiences. It feels so good to be validated and admired for working hard, but there's a slippery slope there of accidentally forgetting to keep yourself alive and sane if you're not careful. I'm here to save you from yourself! What? What? Wait, I've got to study for final exams! No time! Go take a nap! 46% of Americans drop out of college anyway! I'm kidding. School is important. If you drop out, you don't get to use me as an excuse to your parents. But it's important not to die from burnout. Or in general. Don't ever die. I also asked my friends if overworking themselves negatively impacted their relationship with the end product, and there were two different interpretations. Some of them said, holy frick! Yes, I hate that thing now. Stressing and pushing themselves too much made them sloppy and make awful mistakes. They cut more corners and agreed the final product suffered because of the pressure they put on themselves. Another friend, with better hair, described it as being a sick, twisted reward for unhealthy behavior. Of course, they were able to finish the project, which they wanted, but the steps they took to complete it led to painful burnout and definitely was more emotionally damaging than if workflow was more evenly distributed. My scientific conclusion? You suffer either way. Here, have some tips to not be emotionally damaged for a week after overworking yourself. Don't do too much of the same thing without any sort of change whatsoever. You're not a mindless work zombie in a hamster ball. Doing the same thing over and over and over and over and over and over and over is a formula for absolute misery. Atrox, who helps with animating the videos, had a good analogy, so I'm gonna steal it. So say you like chocolate. I do like chocolate. No one asked you. So imagine you hypothetically enjoy eating chocolate, but when you only eat chocolate and nothing else, you feel sick. That nauseous feeling in your throat and stomach that makes you want to lay down and throw up for the rest of the day. It's the same with anything else. Do more than just work and eat hypothetical chocolate all the time, 'cause otherwise... Take time for self-care. Yeah, it sounds generic and straightforward. So then do it, you dummy! Spend time with yourself. Do something that'll refuel your juice tanks. When you're running on empty, you gotta take time to fill the tank back up to full. Don't just try to avoid the inevitable by pouring a little cup of gas in and hoping that'll tie you over. Enjoy yourself! I'm not yelling at you. I'm yelling at me, because I still have a really hard time with that one. Take a shower. You've probably been working for 5 days straight. Take a break from social media. Sounds cliche, but it works. Spend time with friends. If you have any. Do some stretches or something that includes moving your body. Exercise equals dopamine, which means less depression. Yay! Stick to a healthy sleeping schedule. If you're a farmer, I am a farmer. No one asked you. You gotta tend to a variety of fields instead of hyper-focusing on the same one every day. Push yourself to always be trying something new or focus on improving. It's easy to get stuck in the same grind of consistency. Everyone's a unique, special snowflake, but eventually your brain is gonna start craving something different, and if it doesn't get anything new, it throws a tantrum. You get more excited about things you're going to learn and get better at. Spice everything up. If you're a lumberjack, I am a lumberjack. Will you cut that out? You can't keep swinging your axe continuously at trees all the time. It'll start getting too dull and become difficult to keep going. You gotta take time to stop and sharpen your tools. Keep things balanced. You can create your best ideas when you're not stressed and overworked, and sad, and tired, and feel like poop. Wait, I thought you were a farmer. No one asked you. Hey ho, it's me again. Hope you liked the video, and as a pact to myself, I promise to not pull any all-nighters while making it. I'm not sure about any of the other members of the team. If they did, they're fired. Anyway, big update. I moved to LA. I always thought I would live in Arizona my whole life and die of a heat stroke, but so many opportunities opened up to me in LA, and I've got so many great friends there, and I'm so freaking excited. Moving was a pain, and that's what I've really been busy with, but I'm mostly settled now. LA still intimidates me because the people here can be a lot, but I'm doing my best. I'm excited about the future, I'm excited about the videos, I'm excited about some projects in the works. Also, school is starting up again. sucks to suck, and I wish you the best of luck, soldier. Maybe you can be the 54% of Americans that doesn't drop out. Anyway, thanks for sticking around, and bye. So I've been on YouTube for a bit now. My 3-year anniversary is July 23rd, which might not seem like much compared to other people who've been grinding ever since YouTube was invented, but it's longer than I thought I'd be doing it for, so it's an accomplishment for me. When I first started, I didn't know a thing about animating. People ask me all the time about animation classes and special courses they should take, but I mean, I didn't do any of that. You want to know how I learned how to animate? I searched on YouTube, how to animate. That's it. You'd be surprised at what you can learn from YouTube and how unprofessional I am. If you think I'm some sort of animation expert, stop that. I still have no clue about anything. I could be doing everything wrong. I probably am. I always thought, man, doing YouTube would be so fun, but nah, it'd never work. I'm just me. There's nothing special about me. I never really had the thought that it could even be a possibility, you know? But here we are 3 years later with 2 million subscribers, a great community, and pretty much surpassing all my expectations, which were pretty low to begin with, so that part's not as impressive. But it's still crazy! YouTube even sent out a little yearbook to all the channels with over 1 million subscribers, which I didn't even know was a thing.
So it came in this like package here, and you open it up like that, and you open it up like, hold on, like that. I didn't even know YouTube does this thing. I've never seen any other channels kind of like talk about it. The front has like a bunch of all the names that are in there. Up there I am, right next to your boy. Open it, it says, hey Jaiden Animations, you started your... Okay, so that's when I made the channel, but I didn't post anything until July, so that's what I go by. And it's like, since then your channel's hit some serious heights. Keep reading and relive some of your biggest and most amazing moments. You open it, and whoa! What's this? It's like this huge timeline. Who could forget your first video? Jaiden Animations intro. I wish I could forget it. Up till now, you've uploaded 47 videos. That's an average of 1 videos a month. This is 2016 as well, so it's not like up to date on things. During that time, I was in college, so I only posted like 3 videos in the span of the entire college year. It sounds worse than it actually is. I post more now. 2 videos a month. And then it says like, this is the class of 2016 who hit 1 million. You can read that if you want. I'm not. Well, I already did. And then it goes through like all the channels that hit 1 million this year, or in 2016. Up there I am. This is dope. And also I tweeted about this. I do have the 2 plaques that YouTube sends at the 100,000 and of course the 1 million. Yeah, I haven't showed it in a video. But look at that. That's insane. Yeah.
Putting yourself out there in front of so many people is a bit intimidating, and a lot of people can get stuck at that part. YouTube is unique, and I can't really think of many other careers that are like this. You're flat out exposed to the huge spectrum of different types of people all at once, and they all have the freedom to say anything they want to you while hiding behind a computer screen with almost no repercussions. Like wimps! I think YouTube as a real-life cubicle job would be ridiculously hilarious. You're at your cubicle minding your own business, doing work on your little computer, and some random coworker person peers over your wall and goes, "Hey, you suck, and I hate you," and walks away. And you're gay. I'm self-conscious and have low self-esteem, but even I've been able to get desensitized to meaningless hate comments and ignorance. On the surface, a lot of people probably think, wow, that must be hard, constantly dealing with an entourage of stupidity and ignorance. But in a way, I really respect how YouTube is helping me grow tougher skin. It can be harsh, but you can learn to take it. I can tell the difference between a meaningless, "you're stupid," and a genuinely helpful critique that I can use to improve my content. Another thing is that when I first started YouTube, I had no idea that people could start seeing me as more than just an average person. Okay, wait, that might have sounded super pretentious. What I'm trying to say is I don't see myself as famous or anything other than just me. I grew up as an average kid in an average school doing average things, literally nothing special or stand out. And the fact that a lot of people watch videos I make on the internet doesn't change the fact I'm still that average person. Don't put me on a pedestal. I just talk about the way I see things and my opinions. It doesn't make them more valuable than yours or anyone else's. And if you disagree, you can get out. Just kidding. I've gotten comments and messages from people actually saying I'm a god that can do no wrong. And that, yeah, don't do that. It's not healthy for anyone to view someone as more than just a human. All I do is draw dumb cartoons on the internet in my pajamas and people watch them. Yes, 95% of my videos are created in pajamas. You think I'm joking, but I spend like 2 to 3 weeks in the same clothes. One more point about being considered a big channel now is how meeting new people and friends on the internet is actually more difficult. You think it's the complete opposite, right? Like, hey Jaiden, you've got like at least 2 million people who'd most likely be willing to be closer friends with you. Why would you even have the balls to complain about this kind of thing? Right? But this ties in with the people start seeing me as more than just an average person thing. It's getting harder and harder to be able to meet someone new without them seeing my sub count and either seeing value in becoming my friend for personal benefit or being intimidated. Because I'm so intimidating. It's strange how it can go in completely different directions like that, isn't it? I miss being able to just talk to someone new and not get sad to hear that they brag to other people about being my friend. Because that's not friendship. In my opinion, at least. I see friendship as a mutual balanced respect for each other. One person shouldn't see the other person in a higher light or something, you know? Because then I wonder if you're my friend because of me, or because you like the idea of being my friend. There's actually been a situation where I found out someone was all gloating like, oh hey, yeah, Jaiden and I are besties, we're, oh my god, we're such good friends, to a bunch of people, and an actual friend of mine asked me if that was true, and I was like, I've never even had a full conversation with that person. I didn't even know their name. Sorry, person. I'm sure you're cool and nice. I still don't know your name. You probably don't know this, but when I meet new people, I definitely hide the fact I do YouTube for a living. Mainly because how the frick do you even explain I post videos on the internet as a job to someone without them getting either confused or very concerned? Yeah, so I put going to college and getting a degree on hold so I can make YouTube videos. Also, I still can't stand when people watch my videos in front of me. You'd think I'd get desensitized by it after 3 years, but nope! Whenever someone puts on one of my videos in front of me, I still want to slam my head on the counter and frisbee the computer away. Frisbee the computer away and then slam my head on the counter. So when people ask me what I do, I just go, I do animation. Oh, cool. And also, it's kind of weird to just meet someone and find out right away that millions of people watch their dumb internet videos. That's something I'd prefer they find out after they get to know me a bit, so they judge me less. But even with all the weird difficulties YouTube comes with between trying to explain to your grandparents that you aren't becoming a failure by dropping college for a bit to post internet videos, and dealing with stupid people, leaving stupid comments, and generally being stupid, I really am grateful to be able to be in the spot I'm in. Boo, too cliche. Yeah, I agree. You're probably super desensitized from YouTubers always talking about being grateful to be where they are. So I'm gonna say I'm totally not thankful and lucky to be in the spot I'm in, and I'm not always gonna be in debt to you for watching my videos and helping my impossible dream come true that I totally thought I could reach in a million years because I'm so full of self-confidence. It's not like all of this has changed my life forever and I'm doing what I love with amazing friends I definitely would have met otherwise, and I can make people happier, which is all I ever want to do. Yeah, I'm not grateful at all. Psh, you think I'm grateful? You're grateful, I'm not grateful. Get out of here. Yeah, well, anyway, congrats on 3 years, everyone. We should all do something. Like, I don't know. I'd say I can post a video, but I just posted this video, so I wouldn't have enough time to make one that's not crap. Sorry. We should all... What if we did, like, a toast? Like, at a certain time, we all pour a drink of whatever. Could be water, could be juice, could be hard liquor, I don't care. And then we all have a massive long-distance toast to our anniversary. That'd be cool. I should think of a time. Okay, so on July 23rd at 12 p.m. Mountain Time, we all pour one out together. Mountain Time is just my time zone, so you have to translate what that is for you. When I set up the 1 million live stream, I said I was gonna do it at whatever time it was in Mountain Time, and people didn't know how to convert it to their time zone. Just Google it. Anyway, I like that idea. July 23rd, 12 p.m. Mountain Time, we all do a toast to me posting my first YouTube video, which was very bad. Don't watch it. Tweet me a picture of you doing the toast. Okay, thanks, love you, bye.
I just recently realized that the majority of my school days are over. I don't know about anyone else, but I used to think to myself, ugh, school's never gonna end. 12 years plus college is so long to spend just in school. And now, all of a sudden, it's practically over, and it's like, what happened? Wait, I'm not ready to be an adult yet. And you know what else is scary? I don't remember pretty much anything I learned from grade 6 up. It's just a jumble of English papers and random history I didn't care about. Kind of makes you question the education system when you think about it. So I don't remember a lot of the things I studied during school, but I do have a lot of dumb random memories that I, for some reason, haven't forgotten about over the years. For example, in first grade, I lost my front left tooth in the middle of class and started bleeding all over the place. And the teacher had to stop in the middle of class to get me a tissue and one of those little teeth envelopes to hold the tooth I just spat out. I don't know if schools still use those, but they were the funniest concept to me. Like, you come home, oh mom, you got mail. Oh, what is it? Oh, it's not much, it's just my freaking gross saliva covered baby tooth I ripped out of my head in the middle of school. Does school still do this? I don't know. I hope so. Oh, Jaiden, that's a funny memory. I bet you don't remember what you were learning about while you bled on everything. Nope, you're wrong. We were learning about emperor penguins. Thanks for remembering all those important details, brain. Appreciate ya. I also remember everyone in school kind of fit into a category. Athletes, popular kids, nerds, anime nerds, emos, you name them. What kind of kid was I in school? You guessed it! The quiet one who never talked at all. Growing up, I was a shy, quiet person, and I always only had 1 or 2 friends in a class, if any. I mean, I'm still pretty reserved, but I mean, that's another point. I was so shy that one time my nose started bleeding randomly in the middle of a class, and I was too quiet to get up and excuse myself to go to the bathroom or the nurse, so I silently just raised my hand, waiting to get permission to leave. And you know what happened? The teacher took 5 minutes to call on me. I spent 5 minutes panicking, trying my best not to bleed on anything. Looking back, there was a lot of blood involved in these memories. Ooh, one time a teacher asked the class a question, and a few people raised their hand, but as he was looking around the room, we made eye contact. Oh god. Jaiden! Crap. Everyone knows, if you don't want to be called on, don't make eye contact. It's school 101. I don't know. He went on to someone else who had their hand raised, which he should have done in the first place. If someone doesn't have their hand raised, it means they don't have the answer. Don't be mad when you call on someone without their hand raised and they don't have an answer. So he continued his lecture, and I started calming down from the surprise spotlight. But a few minutes later, he had another question. Can anyone define a peninsula? Oh, I know what a peninsula is, but I don't know how to describe it, so I won't raise my hand. Jaiden! What? Are you actually trying to give me a seizure? I don't... Do you know? No, but... No, well, I mean, yes, I know what it is. Then he yelled, "Then tell me!" The class laughed because he was being sarcastic. I thought it was funny too, but for some reason I almost started crying. He didn't call on me the rest of the year. Alongside being the shy girl, I was also known as being the art kid. I think everyone who's artsy in school can relate. Whenever someone found out you like to draw, it would immediately turn to, "You like to draw? Can you draw me?" And the answer would always be, anyway, like the nice way of saying, haha, that's a silly question. No, of course I don't want to draw you. And several years later, to this day, people are still asking me if I would draw them things. And the answer is still, no. In my middle school art class, on the last day of school, we had a little celebration end of the year art competition. Not a drawing contest, but who's the most passionate about art and is most likely going to do something with it in their life and not just drop it and get a day job sitting in a cubicle all day. Contest. Me, having pretty much zero self-confidence, already accepted the fact that someone else would get it. I wasn't sad or anything, I just knew in my head people weren't going to vote for me because, 1, I never really talked to people, and it was a class vote, and 2, I don't know, I just didn't think I was good enough. But to my surprise, I actually won! I was so startled when the teacher called my name, like, what? Me? Are you sure? You don't want to count the votes again? Kathy's pretty good. Everyone likes Kathy. Freaking Kathy. Then high school happened, and I met my high school art teacher. This guy was... I don't know how to describe him. I've never met someone so psychopathic. To start, he had this obsession with Pirates of the Caribbean, and even though there's nothing wrong with that, I mean, everyone has their fandoms. He would sit back at his desk and blast different remixes of the Pirates of the Caribbean soundtrack. Even when we were all trying to draw, he would hop up onto desks and scream, "Swing your sword!" while whirling around a golf club with a paintbrush taped to the end of it. No one knew what he meant. We didn't question anything. He hung a pirate flag on the emergency fire sprinkler. A bit of a safety hazard if you asked me, but again, no one questioned him. And one time on a random day of class, "Arrgh, draw me!" He burst through the door dressed up completely like a pirate, screaming in people's faces and running around like a crackpot. I didn't take his class anymore. But that was not the end of Mr. Captain Jack Sparrow, nope! You know why? Because he was one of the tennis coaches, yep! And you all know who was on the tennis team. It wasn't that bad because he coached the boys' team. His ex-wife coached the girls. She got fired later on for sleeping with the track teacher, but this story isn't about her. So he'd be there while we were on the next court with our own drills. And one practice, I don't know what happened, but all of a sudden he got super hyped out of nowhere and started yelling and making a commotion, and we all kind of just stopped and looked over at him like, okay, what's he doing? And then he started yelling, "I'm gonna jump over the net!" And the rule of tennis for everyone out there is, don't jump over the net. We were all just standing there like, what the heck is going on? And then he started running to actually do it. And you know what happened? He safely jumped over the net? Wrong. His foot caught the top of it, and it slingshotted him face first into the concrete. This is why you don't jump over the net. You need to take him to the doctor. And she's like, nah, he's fine. Like, no, seriously, he could have a concussion. That was a hard hit. He's alright, he'll shake it off. Dude, so his ex-wife took him to the doctor, and we all just stood around for a while. I don't think he had a concussion, but he did get 2 black eyes and had to wear sunglasses in class for like a month. And that was cool for me, there you go. Hey dudes! It's been a while since I've talked to you. Sorry I took so long getting this video out. I'm gonna start uploading more frequently now, so yeah. I wanted to let you know real quick before the recording bloopers, there's new t-shirt designs in the shop now, so you might want to check those bad boys out. Yeah. I always record in my closet, and Ari's in here with me. You got anything to say, Ari? Quack? Okay, so yeah, see you later, alligator. Quiet person, and I always only had one, and I was so shy that, oh, my neck popped. Which he should have done in the first, Ari! Which he should have done in the, god dang it. I think that actually helped me continue doing art, actually. Wait. Quack, quack.
So, this is a weird video to follow up with after I just talked about how much I don't like reading for like 7 minutes. But I guess it kind of works out because since you've obviously seen that video, right? We don't have to talk about my tragic reading backstory that's left me in soul-crushing shambles. So what book could someone like me who's been forever ruined from the past haunting memories of reading call a favorite? Harry Potter? Lord of the Rings? Grapes of Wrath? Nope. None of these revolting pieces of literature hold a candle to the masterpiece. Leave It to Pet, The Misadventures of a Recycled Super Robot. Is this a joke? I'm not sure yet. I read this book in 6th grade when I was 11, and I'll preface it with, yes, it's a manga. Do I want to get into the debate if manga, comic books, or graphic novels are considered real books? I don't think so. I don't actually remember how I stumbled onto this book. I remember owning it, so it might have been a gift from my parents or a friend, but your guess is as good as mine. We can say it's a gift from the Lord. Leave It to Pet, The Misadventures of a Recycled Super Robot, is about this 9-year-old boy, Noboru, who recycled an orange juice bottle. The recycling plant wanted to say thanks for recycling and sent this little bottle robot called Pet to rescue him whenever he needs help or is in danger. Sounds great, but the catch is, Pet is actually trash. Just kidding. Pet's childish, easily distracted, and overly confident in his abilities, which results in him making situations comedically worse and not being able to fix anything. Also, I don't know if you picked up on this, but this is not a high reading level book. Don't make fun of me for liking it. The book starts off with Pet introducing himself as Noboru and his friends are being picked on by bullies. But when he arrives to save the day, no one understands what Pet is or is supposed to do or why he's here. Obviously. What would you do if this thing walks up and starts talking to you? So Pet explains, I'm the orange juice bottle you recycled the other day. And Noboru's like, I don't know what you're talking about. And Pet's like, I can't believe you don't remember. Freak. And the dynamic grows from there. There's not really a specific story. It's more episodic chapters where the characters are in different everyday scenarios that just get a little out of hand. And Pet, of course, is being a little bag of trash, complicating things that should have been an easy fix or weren't even problems to begin with. Chapter 7 is a good one. Noboru is out fishing with his friends and his line is caught on some rocks, so he calls for Pet. Leave it to Pet, what seems to be the problem? And as Noboru is explaining, Pet gets overpowered by the current. Not a problem. It's like it never happened. Pet assesses the situation. I see your hook is stuck at the bottom of the river. Ka-ching, ka-ching. I know exactly what to do. Whoosh. And he cuts the line off. Noboru's like, what the heck, dude? And Pet's like, what, you wanted that old thing? And he's like, yes, of course I wanted it. More characters are introduced later on, but my favorites are P2, where in his debut, when he's describing how he's the new and improved Pet model with his 200% faster speed, larger body, but lighter weight. He blows away because he's so light, and Pet's all, dang, that's awesome, and explodes off his arms and legs to try and be lighter too. I wish humans could do that. Also, Bottle Doggy is a great character. You drag his limp body around on a leash. I think the reason I love this book so much is, frankly, a lot of nostalgia. Not sure a 20-something-year-old would pick this up and deeply connect with Bottle Doggy's character arc. But the author, Sonishi Kenji, also created, in my opinion, a really cute little knucklehead I just want to have in my life. And 11-year-old me was obsessed with. Pet became one of my favorite characters for a bit, and I would draw him all the time. In class, we had our desks arranged in groups, and I had a bit of open space on the side because my desk was on the corner. So I drew a little Pet and stuck him on the side for the world to see how much of a stan I was. No one cared. Why are you drawing orange juice? I would make my own little original characters of bottle robots that I would want. I believe the original term might be trash Sona, and recycled extra things in hopes I could have my own pet. I was really big on imagination and stuff as a kid, so anything that played around with enhancing reality in fun and creative ways was right up my alley. And it taught me how to recycle, so you're welcome, Greta Thunberg. I don't think I've ever heard anyone talk about this book. Ever? It seems like it slipped under the radar for some reason. And I think it deserves more love because the humor in it was suitable for 11-year-old me, and I bought the book to read through again, and the humor is still suitable for me. So either it's fun for all ages, or I haven't mentally progressed since grade 6. Of course, naturally, there's nothing wrong with having things targeted towards certain age groups, but I think there should just be more things like Pet, The Misadventures of a Recycled Super Robot, bringing families and people of all ages together with his charm, froggy hat, and massive glistening samurai muscles. I'm telling you, there's something in here for everyone. Sure, the story is pretty simple, but the humor, which I always value the most, is great for all ages and doesn't try to dumb anything down to baby younger readers. I think it's easy to think kids are children until they're not, but they're still people and can tell when they're being talked down to. Now go file your taxes, pathetic little boy. Anyway, I just really like the book. It's cute, funny. Pet reminds me of Ari if Ari was a recycled super robot made from an orange juice bottle. You can read the whole thing in like 20 minutes, if not faster. If I were to critique one thing, I wasn't too keen on how they kept introducing new recycled robots, and the crew just started getting a bit too crowded by the end, in my opinion. I liked when it was just a few characters, and would have liked to see them play around with more ideas instead of just bringing in a new character to depend on new ideas for. But Bottle Doggy was a masterpiece. He can stay. There's actually 3 other books that come after it, but I haven't read them because I'm worried that they won't be as good, and I want to remember Pet as the example of perfect literature it is. Are there hundreds of books that I would probably enjoy more than this one if I gave a chance? Yes. But am I still gonna end the video without giving a reasonable explanation for me not trying to find them? Yep.
Hey again, it's me.
Thanks for watching the video. I wanted to say thank you to everyone who stopped by the charity live stream the other day. I was blown away the entire stream. And you can probably tell by the fact I couldn't get myself to do anything the first 30 minutes because I was so blindsided with support. If you missed it, I was hoping to raise $30,000 and we raised $260,000 in 4 hours. So thank you to everyone who was there, participated, donated, everything. And thanks to Sean for putting it all together. I had fun, and wow, you guys are just amazing. But don't let it go to waste. Make sure you still stay inside, stay quarantined, wash your hands, everything. We're all in it together. Anyway, thanks for watching my video about a recycled orange juice.
It's that time of year again. Cold. And I already know what you're gonna say. Jaiden, you live in Arizona. You don't get to complain about the cold. And you're right. People in the rest of the country are trying to shovel 3 feet of snow off their car and get to work without slipping off the road, while all we have to do is put on a jacket and not turn on the AC. The hottest setting in the shower gets barely not warm enough anymore. That's probably the most inconvenient part of winter here. So I say bravo and tip of the hat to all you snow penguins out there who have to bundle up like that little brother in A Christmas Story just to go out and get your mail. But just so you know, this only works if you don't complain about your summers, alright? Deal. So growing up in Arizona means I haven't really experienced winter, or any seasons for that matter. Everything's hot, and then everything dies. That's our seasons. I always wanted to be in a place where all the leaves get really pretty and colorful before they die. So anyway, our winter is based more on the holiday seasonal feeling. Personally, my family celebrates Christmas, so instead of thinking of winter as being snowy and all that jazz, I think of it as Christmas trees and pretty lights and really good smelling candles. Like really good smelling candles. I love candles! I like to go into shops like Yankee Candles or Bath & Body Works or any type of candle store just to smell all the candles. And the titles are so sweet sounding too, like warm vanilla sugar and maple cinnamon pancake and 1,000 wishes. I don't even know what 1,000 wishes would smell like, but man, does it get me in the jingle mood. Off topic, some titles aren't good. Like one time I went into the shop and they had a candle called Mantown. Like, dude, that doesn't seem like the type of smell that people would want in a candle. I'm just so stuck between magical frosted forest and Mantown. And also, bacon. Bacon? Come on, candles are supposed to make a room smell good and fresh, not like greasy pig flesh. Ugh! By the way, I did smell them and was not pleasantly surprised. Sorry, I had to get that out of my system. We're moving on. So if I wanted to have a genuine white Christmassy winter experience, I have to travel someplace other than where I live. And luckily, I have family that lives in snowy places. My mom's side of the family lives up in Canada, and my dad's sister's family lives over in South Lake Tahoe. Both places are hardcore snow areas. I'll talk about Canada first. It's been a while since I visited my Canada family during winter, which I mean makes sense. I normally visit them during the summer because compared to Arizona, their weather during that time is freaking perfect. But one year when I was younger, we visited them for Christmas. It was the first time I got to play in snow, and I had a blast just running around with my cousins. We even made our first snowman. Well, my first snowman. We didn't have a top hat, so we used our grandpa's golf hat, but we forgot about it, and it blew away, and we never found it. Sorry, Grandpa, I hope you forgive us. Rest in peace. Golf hat. Overall, that winter was really great. 10 out of 10. Would white Christmas in Canada again. Now let's talk about South Lake Tahoe. My parents really like skiing, and Tahoe is a great place to do that. Like, everyone there loves winter. Everyone. You're not allowed to not like it if you live there. My aunt and her friends even do the crazy stuff like jump out of helicopters and barrel down snowy mountains and say gnarly. Props to them, they're really cool. So we visit them maybe once every year or two for a couple days to ski and stuff. I get kind of nervous with skiing, but it's still really enjoyable. And the more you do it, the more comfortable you get throughout the day. Just do the pizza french fry thing and you're good. But I didn't bring up skiing in Lake Tahoe for no reason here. Most times we visited were really awesome, but one year was traumatic. I was maybe 10 or so. We were all skiing together, everything was good, it was a nice day of pleasant winter fun. Near the end, we decided to do one last run before we head back. My dad, I've seen a few comments saying, "Jaiden, you haven't talked about your dad before. Is there some deep, depressing story behind that?" No, you're just looking too much into it. He's right here. Hi, Dad. So my dad takes my younger brother Jax and me to go on one last hill, and while we were waiting in line, I looked up at the mountain and thought,
This trail seems a little big compared to the others we've gone on today. But being a naive little kid, I didn't say anything because I just trusted that my dad knew what he was doing. We got to the front and we were waiting for the lift to sweep us up, and I noticed this chalkboard that said, "Advanced Trail! Just look at it!" And that made me go, even more. Dad, that chalkboard says advanced. Scoop, too late now! We were sitting on the ski lift and it seemed like it was taking forever to get to the end. Hint, because it was. Our dad ended up accidentally taking us to the very top of the mountain. Like, the runs we were on during the day were beginner and intermediate ones at the base. We went to the very top! And yes, to all you ski, snowboard language people, it was labeled a double black diamond. The iconography for trails goes easy, intermediate, expert. You will die if you go on here as a child. Well, shoot. I looked down at the hill and it was almost vertical downward death with a bunch of moguls. Moguls are those intense snow bumps that pros go over. What in the world do you expect from us? Also, turns out the trail is literally called The Wall. Beautiful. My dad realized he made a mistake and was in the middle of trying to figure out what we should do when suddenly my brother just starts going. Like, he just starts going straight down the mountain. And my dad starts freaking out and screaming at him, "Fall! Fall!" Because that's what you're supposed to do to slow down when you're going that fast. You can't really do anything else. So my dad's screaming, "Fall! Fall!" at my brother as he's going sonic down this freaking mountain. He eventually does and starts doing this sprawled spinning motion. Like, imagine if you took a starfish and frisbeed it. I think that's a good visual representation. He does start slowing down and people on the hill go to help him. So you think that's scary? Imagine what I was thinking during that time. Hello? I just watched my brother starfish down this mountain, and now it's literally my turn. Nowhere to go but down. Like, what? That's like the ultimate stuck. As I was preparing my last thoughts until imminent disaster, a nice bystander came up to me and said, "Here, we're gonna get you down from here. Let me help you." I end up inching down this freaking wall of a mountain on my butt and skis with this stranger helping me. It must have looked really weird if you were just skiing by. Like, what? Why is there a little girl on this trail? And why did she have the look of childhood trauma in her eyes? Eventually, we got to the bottom safely. It took a long time. My brother was alright too. My uncle actually caught up to him and Jax got to stand on his skis and pretty much be escorted down. And I remember being really jealous because I had to tough it out and go down manually while he basically got a free ride. After it all, my parents were like, "Oh, we're so sorry, oh my gosh, but oh, you did so well." We're so proud he got through it. But I was really mad. My dad wanted to get us shirts from the gift shop that said, "I survived the wall," but I was too salty to want anything. So yeah, that was that. We were actually lucky not to have gotten really hurt or anything. Like, I literally thought my brother passed out during his starfish moment, but he's all good. And also, when I was animating the story, I realized that the way I presented the guy that helped me kind of sounds like, "Oh my gosh, Jaiden, stranger danger, you could have been took." So I should probably clear up that my dad was like there, so he would have seen if the guy just decided to pick me up and be like, "I'm gonna walk away." Plus, kidnapping a kid on the top of a mountain isn't the most ideal location to do that, I think. So yeah, he wasn't the danger of the story if you were thinking that. Happy Christmas, Kwanzaa. Hey! Stop doing your homework! Stop watching TV! Stop looking at your phone! Oh, you're watching the video? Cool. Listen! So the people who James was working with to do his plushies contacted me saying like, "Hey, I watch your videos, you're kinda cool, you wanna make a plush?" And I was like, "Dude, frig yes! Friggin' sign me up!" So, Jaiden plushes! Ah! Look at it! Oh my god! I have the prototype right here and just, it's so cool. It is a prototype though, so it's not gonna be exactly like this. Like, the hair's not gonna be black, it's gonna be brown like in the videos. And the lady who made it accidentally drew on it with Sharpie here, so that little blotch isn't gonna be there. She sent the cutest message apologizing about it in broken English because she's a sweet Chinese lady. And it reminded me of Misaki, but I'm getting off track. If you order a plush before the 12th of December, it'll come with a signed card by me too. So that's exciting. They're also on sale right now until December 5th. Actually, everything in the shop is on sale until December 5th. What? Yeah! It's like a grand opening Black Friday, but Black Friday's over. Cyber Monday, happy holidays, new Jaiden stuff sale. I'm working with the people to get more stuff out, like beanie hats and buttons and bracelets. So those are gonna be a thing sometime in the future too. One thing to note, the plushies are on pre-order, so they won't ship until February, but that's just because we need to know how many people want one and how many cards I need to sign. And yeah, but everything else ships normally, even if you buy a plush with it. Pop quiz! Get out your pencils and paper. Have you been paying attention? Question 1. Everything in the shop is on sale until December 5th. Question 2. Jaiden plushies come with a signed card if you order one before December 12th. Question 3. Jaiden plushies are on pre-order right now, so you won't get them until February. Question 4. Even if you buy a shirt with a plush, the shirt will come at the normal time while the plush will be pre-ordered and come later. Question 5. Ari is the best— Hey!
Alright, time's up. Turn in your paper. Looks like you got them all right. You forgot to put the date in the corner, but I won't mark points off.
So that's exciting. I hope you guys enjoyed the new stuff. I'll have a link to the shop in the description and in the cards of the video if anyone even pays attention to those. And if everything goes well, there might be a plush of another friendo you guys love in the works as well.
You like the plush, Ari? Yeah. Would you buy one?
Man, I'll never be able to throw a baseball like Ruth. He's got so much more skill and talent than me. It's like he was born to be a pitcher. If I could throw like him, I'd be so happy. Man, I'll never be able to throw like Mason. Self-improvement seems like a simple concept, and what I've been learning the more I look into it is that no, it's not. It's all over the place, and everyone has some sort of struggle with it at one point or another, and it can be a nightmare. It's like falling from a tree. There's so many different branches you can get smacked by. Then I want to talk about it. Self-improvement is extremely important to me. Out of all the personal values I stand by, it's the one I actively think about the most. Multiple times a day, I'll end up having some sort of checkup with myself to analyze if I'm doing enough to satisfy my self-growth quota. What can I change to do better? Am I pushing myself? This isn't good enough yet. Why does everything I do look like shit? And that's the thought pattern I and a lot of people can start to spiral into. The concept of self-improvement is really positive and inspiring. Keep on working to develop yourself and you'll become a better person you could ever dream of. You can do anything you set your mind to. Go get 'em, Tiger. Yeah, woo! That sounds great. Except, there's also this one complication where some people start having unrealistic expectations and an unhealthy mindset, and when they disappoint themselves after their inevitable failure to reach their unrealistic goal, it cuts them so deeply that it impacts their self-worth right to the core of their being. Woo. I struggled with that one a lot. The I can never be satisfied with what I'm doing and don't think I deserve any recognition branch. Just a bad case of imposter syndrome, pretty much. I'd explain what that is, but I don't think I'm qualified enough to do that. There are much better YouTubers than me who are much more deserving of my position, and I don't think I'm worthy of people paying attention to what I say because my content isn't good enough, and oh. I really want to be able to play this really intense piano song because I've never done anything at that difficulty before, and I'm gonna push myself out of my comfort level. Well, it must have been actually too easy. I mean, it's not that great of an achievement. There's much better out there. Man, I suck! No, you practiced for weeks. You earned this. You should be able to be like, yeah, you know what? I'm friggin' great, and I deserve to feel at least a sliver of satisfaction for myself here. you idiot. When you're constantly looking for the next bar to hit, you can blind yourself to how far you've come. It's alright, you can actually be proud of yourself without being a sociopath. Cocky douchebag. Since I value improvement so much, any sense of satisfaction with something would make me worried that I was settling and I wouldn't push myself anymore. Hindsight is 20/20, and I'm able to see how actually super toxic and damaging that thought process was. I wasn't pushing myself out of passion like I thought I was. It was all just a disguise. Let's see who the culprit really was. What? Oh no! It was actually pushing myself too hard out of blind fear of becoming complacent. I got jinkied. Self-improving also pertains to self-help. You can't grow as a person when you're holding a whip to yourself. Can you whip yourself? I looked it up and ended up on a page I didn't want, but the analogy stands. You know that SpongeBob episode where SpongeBob was like verbally abusing his snail and then it ends up exploding? This is your brain on negativity. Any questions? A big trip up can also be comparing yourself to other people. There's definitely positive aspects of being inspired by people you look up to, but like most things, too much of anything can be bad. There's always going to be people of a higher skill set than you, so you should try to identify who you are, not who to compare yourself to. I won't be exactly like Bo. He's super great and funny and really smart, but I'm not Bo. I'm such a failure. If everyone compared their skill sets to each other in order to calculate how much skill and potential they have, then all infant children should just give up on everything. You think time and practice is gonna help you improve your drawing ability, baby? Well, think again. You suck right now, so you might as well just throw in the towel, you pathetic little waste of diapers. Look at your drawing compared to Van Gogh. You call those sunflowers? Psh, this scribbled mess shows no potential of improvement in the art field. And you've even got more ears than him. You could have like 7 ears and still not be capable of creating a fraction of anything that could be considered art. You're nothing. Nothing! Everyone's on their own timeline. Even if someone is the same age or maybe even younger than you, it's still not okay to compare how much further they are to you. Jeremiah was able to hopscotch to number 8 when he was 5. I'm 21 and still get tripped up at the 5 and 6 combo. It's alright. Everyone's got different variables pushing them forward and backwards. Jeremiah has 4 legs, and you've only got 1. You'll get there with enough practice, champ. You've also got to think about why you want to improve something. Is it for yourself, or because you think that's what other people want from you? If you make choices based on what others want, then oops, you played yourself. All of a sudden, in 3 years, you're hit with the realization that you don't know who you are, and you're just a living amalgamation of other people's expectations. Zoinks. When I was 9, I had a friend who said her favorite color was blue, so I said my favorite color was blue too, because I wanted her to like me, and that gave us something in common. Real critical 9-year-old thinking there. For years, I kept with that pattern of becoming a person I thought other people would like, and saying my favorite color was blue, because people who like purple are freaks! Until one year in high school, I suddenly had an identity crisis and a whole mental breakdown being like, I don't know who I am anymore. All my personality traits are based on things I've modified for other people. My favorite color isn't even blue! We ended up painting my bedroom walls from blue to white because of that meltdown. Don't paint your walls a color based on lies from when you were 9. Let's flip the coin and talk about the other side of the improvement spectrum. As much as people can attach their self-worth to their failures or shortcomings, which is not good and you should not do that. The same can be applied to earning achievements. It's not uncommon for people to improve, experience success, and then not feel the need to push themselves any further, which can melt into them being so absorbed in their accomplishments that they attribute it to their self-worth, becoming arrogant and a sociopath, douchebag. Jaiden, this is getting confusing. Are we supposed to be proud of ourselves or not? No, yes, be proud of yourself, but don't get too caught up in, it's okay. Ugh. All this stuff gets so tricky, and I swear we're all just destined to get hit by a meteor and perish. Yes, you should be proud of your achievements and improvements, but it's dangerous to link them or anything to your self-worth or personality, because that's how you either think you're as worthless as a speck of dust, or brainwash yourself into thinking you're the reincarnation of God. Just don't let your success/failure meter affect your personal behavior meter, and it'll be fine. I've asked a bunch of my friends on their opinion on what to do in situations when you've gone off the deep end and think you're all that in a bag of success chips. And we all agreed it just comes down to self-awareness. When you're surrounded in a mist of your own success and so high up on a horse that you can't hear the echoes of reality, you suck. The only person that can make a difference is your own reality check and desires to change. There's also a tendency for successful people to be surrounded by yes men and people who will always agree with everything. Isn't that right? Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, totally. Totally.
You're so smart. God, she's always right. So it can be really difficult to get that window of clarity where you can actually see the consequences of who you've become. And don't get me started on how seeing criticism gets. I think you could move the eyes down more. They're a bit... You're just a hater, and I don't need you in my life! There are different methods to improvement, too. You can be actively seeking to learn more and mindfully decipher what you need to do to grow, or you can just do your thing and over time keep on perfecting your skill. There's a lot that goes into self-improvement. It's a whole balancing act of understanding what you want and not taking things personally and staying humble and not getting hit by meteors. But believe it or not, with a lot of time and figuring yourself out, it's very manageable and can become one of the strongest tools you can use to become a really balanced, awesome, humble, incredible, super cool person like me. Hey, thanks for being here. The end of the video, I mean, not alive. Well, like, it's good that you're alive, but I'm not particularly thanking you for that. But good job anyway. Hope you liked the video. We put a lot of effort into it. You might have noticed I've been experimenting with writing some more concept-based videos lately instead of just silly little whatever scripts. And that's just me wanting to add more structure and meaning to videos. It's totally fine to have silly videos and stuff, and I'm not gonna stop them, but I've been wanting to try out being able to talk about things I think are interesting and important, but challenge myself to make them entertaining as well and not like heavy or anything. It's been really fun, and I enjoy making videos more than I ever have, which I think is great. I don't want to turn into a channel that just talks about bettering yourself and all that stuff though. Don't worry, that's not the direction I want to go. I just want to be able to talk about anything. The next video is going to be more story-based again. Spoilers. Yeah, well, talk to you later. Bye. And thanks.
Hey everyone, my name is Jaiden, and welcome to my new YouTube channel, Jaiden Animations. Yay! As you can see, I don't have very much on my channel yet because I just started, but I am working really hard, and I'm gonna try to get animations out as soon as possible, so don't even worry about it. This is also a good time to subscribe, because then you'll be notified on when I make a video. And it really helps me out a lot. I'll normally be telling you guys some stories, things that have happened to me, just anything to make you laugh or brighten up your day a little bit, you know? Just keep in mind that I am still in school, so I have homework to do, other projects to work on, and lots of other things, so I won't be able to post as often as I'd like to. Anyways, thanks for watching. I've got lots of stories to tell, so I hope you decide to stick around. See you later.
You already know I like art, but there's other things to me, you know? Aside from art, I like other things too. Like art. In instrument form. When I was 5 years old, my mom put me in piano lessons. And even though I didn't understand what piano really was at the time, it just became a part of me as I grew up, and I still enjoy it to this day. If you didn't know I play piano, then you must be very new here. Do your research. I literally posted a piano video like, what is it, 6 videos ago? Nah, just pulling your leg. It's fine if you didn't know. I'm glad you're here. Welcome. But I mean, it was only 6 videos ago. So, I took lessons at this little place down the road. It was quaint and homey, just a really great atmosphere. The owner was this sweet old lady, and she had so much passion for running the place and teaching kids piano. It was great. Until around 8 years later when the place was bought out by another owner. I don't know the exact details, but I'm assuming it was because the place was going downhill a bit and the owner couldn't keep it. So now the little piano place is being run by new people, and they sucked. They literally had no care or respect for the place and only wanted to make money. All the passion was gone, and you could feel the life drain out of the poor place every day. They branched out to other lessons, which doesn't seem bad, but there would be electric guitars playing at the same time as violins, and during my private lessons there would be some kid blasting it on the drums a couple rooms down. Nothing worked. There was no synergy. But no, it got worse. The new owners renovated the place to add dance lessons. So not only are there frickin' drum solos playing at the same time as one-on-one piano lessons, but now there's an extra layer of background noise of bad hip-hop music. I remember trying to play a Mozart piece I was assigned, and halfway in we were interrupted by... A lot of people were complaining, but the owners didn't listen. Or care. More variety means more profit, so off with you, peasants. We decided to leave when they added karate classes, so that's how I stopped lessons. To be honest, I already knew the basics of piano and they were kinda just throwing songs at me to learn, and when I got it down, I just move on to the next and totally forget about the previous one. You know, like when you study for a test just to pass and then walk out of class the same day like, nice, now I can forget everything. So I was kind of getting bored of the whole routine anyway. For 2 years, I stopped playing piano. I thought I could only play what teachers told me to and wasn't interested in the majority of what they were giving me. I was tired of the typical classic songs and stuff. Not trying to say classical or any of that style of music is bad. I was just sick of learning them and was overall disinterested. Keep in mind, I was doing it for 8 years. In the summer of my junior year of high school, I remember hearing a Pokemon song and thought, you know, this would be really pretty on the piano. I wonder if people have made it into sheet music. And thus, I was introduced to a whole new world of piano music. Jaiden, you aren't a real pianist unless you only play Beethoven and Chopin and Mozart. Anything else is a disgrace to the piano. What are you doing? Do you mind if I use this scalpel to just try and make a big incision in your head? What? Why? You seem a bit close-minded. I started downloading a bunch of video game sheet music I was attached to, and I was re-inspired to pick up piano again. Yay, happy ending! Don't give up on your dreams, kids! Sparkles, fireworks! But what you don't know, unless you know me personally, or have been stalking me for the past 14 years of my life, is that I've actually had my fair share of playing a lot of other instruments too. I was a bit of an instrument dolphin, diving into one instrument, dropping it, and diving into a new one. Repeat cycle. The United States education system is dumb. I think we all already knew that. Also, shout out to Arizona for being one of the best states in the US for education. So I don't know about you, but my elementary school forced 3rd graders to take a Suzuki class where you learn how to play the violin. No one liked it except the 3 or 4 kids whose parents already forced them to learn violin before that. The only thing I looked forward to in that class was trying to get the special violin case with the black interior instead of the normal blue. I realize now that was just the school having absolutely no money and buying whatever they could find to have enough violins for the amount of students. But it was special to me, alright? Nothing else to say about my violin experience. I literally don't remember anything else but just wanting to be the first to the only black violin case. Don't turn that into a racial thing. Looking at you, Wall Street Journal. In 4th grade, they let us choose if we wanted to stick with the violin or switch to a viola, cello, or bass. I chose the cello. Nothing else to that story either. I just played the cello for a year and then dropped it. There was this one girl in class who was literally the smallest out of everyone. Insert easy typical short joke. She chose the bass. The thing was frickin' 2 times the size of her, height and weight-wise. It was almost torture watching the poor girl haul this obnoxiously large instrument to class every week. So that's how the Egyptians built the pyramids. The school also forced us to learn the recorder. That was a nightmare. All I remember about those days were... Guitar! Dudes, calm down with the instruments. What are you trying to do? Turn us into a parade? Again, the school was shoving more instruments down our throats when they barely had the budget to pay for complimentary pencils in their own classrooms. Hey, I don't think you need to be throwing away your money to random crap. You know, I think there's some other people there who could benefit from a bit extra in their salaries. So the school bought guitars, but not enough guitars. They couldn't afford enough for all the students in a class, so we had to share them in groups of 3. 3! Not even 2! You tried. One student would have to play a chord, and then the other 2 would just stare at them. No one learned anything. Imagine trying to learn how to write the alphabet. But hey, no. You can't write the letters. You have to watch someone write the letters. Kinesthetic learning style? Pfft, what's that? School
what are you doing? Are you actually trying to be low on that education list? You know you're supposed to try for first, right? It's not a high score kind of thing. You're not supposed to go for 50. Finally, of course, there was the typical band option in 5th and 6th grade. The instrument I chose was the flute. The main reason was because when the band teacher came in to show us all the instruments we got to choose from, he let us try and play them without any experience, and when he was explaining the flute, he was like, okay, now the flute is one of the hardest to pick up. It's a bit more complicated than it looks. You've got to figure out the exact special way to align your lips to make the sound because it's a very particular... Holy Mother, I am the chosen one. This is a sign from the heavens. Great God, Apollo has destined me to play this flute. Get wrecked, mates! I actually really liked playing the flute. Since I already knew how to read sheet music from my piano lessons, I was already a step above most of the students, and I had fun. But I had to drop it after 6th grade because taking band in junior high didn't fit into my schedule. Instead, I chose to take an art elective. And you know where that led to. Alright, serious business to talk about here. It's actually important. I've noticed a lot of people have been going out of their way to send threats and really horrible messages to other people that, I guess, create similar content to mine. And I just wanted to say, dude, like, stop. I'm getting embarrassed on behalf of what you're doing. These people aren't copying me or anything. They're just having fun making videos. Calm down. They're getting really unmotivated and sad. You're kind of ruining it for everyone. You may not believe it, but what you say and do online does have an impact on people. You have the power to really hurt someone, but at the same time, you also have the power to make someone happier. So I mean, it's your choice if you want to create a good impact or a bad one. Like, I don't really care what you do. I'm not here to be your mom. Freedom of speech and everything. But, I don't know. Stop comparing everyone to each other. Just let them do their thing. They're not pretending to be me or anything. There's a difference between taking inspiration and straight up copying. Think about it. If everyone was copying each other, then there would only be like a few channels on YouTube. Only one animation channel, only one gaming channel, only one vlog channel, etc. Everyone else is a copy in your eyes, right? What makes channels different are the personalities behind them. Content can be similar, but everyone's so unique, identity and charisma wise, that every channel is kind of in their own category. Just everyone chill, okay? Cool. Have a good rest of your day. Being sick is the pits. I should know, because I'm sick right now. You can probably hear it in my disgusting nasally voice, and I probably shouldn't be recording a YouTube video right now, but you know what? Life stops for no one, and I'm not gonna get left behind. But for real, I was like, I need to get started on the next video, but my voice sounds like I drowned in cheese graters. Whatever. Let's talk about being sick. It's relevant enough. I'm fortunate to have a really good immune system. I never get sick. Believe it or not. From elementary school through high school, guess how many days I've missed from being sick? Don't guess. I'm gonna tell you anyway. It's 2. And they were back to back, so I was just really dying that one time. I mean, sure, I've gotten sick here and there, and my mom was just like, oh, you're fine, pack your bag, you're going to school. Missing arm? Pfft. If the lizards can regrow their limbs, so can you. So that number doesn't tell everything, but I think 2 is a pretty good score to have over 12 years. I'm not like a crazy germaphobe, though. I don't go out of my way to avoid being exposed to sickness or actively try to kill any bacteria that may give me some sniffles. Sometimes I forget to wash my hands. I heard that kids who are more exposed to germs and stuff when they were young were able to more efficiently build immunities to them. So maybe as a kid I just ate a lot of dirt, but even though being sick makes you want to just give up on everything because your eyes are red and your head hurts and you're tired all the time, but you can't sleep because your nose is plugged and you can't breathe and everything is agony and life is pain and nothing is worth it in the end, there's some pros that can come from it, like you don't have to share anything. Because no one wants to share anything with your disgusting diseased self. Do you have a pencil I can borrow? I've got a cold. Never mind. Can I have some of your food? I have the flu. Keep it. Do you want to hang out? I'm sick. Oh, no, it's okay. We can just sick of your bullcrap. Ah! Being sick is the best excuse to be a bad member of society and get sympathy for it. Any other time, if you were to sleep in till 12 and then stay in bed all day on the computer, people would just think you're really lazy and have no motivation. But if you just say, oh, I was sick, all of a sudden, oh, you poor thing, get better soon. Can I get you anything? Oh, you're such a trooper. It's great. Also, you have the power to claim anything you touch. To each their own, but I also use being sick as an excuse to not talk to anyone because I'm a pathetic shy blob. Good job, immune system. You have failed me. Once as a kid, my brother got pink eye and my family pretty much barricaded him in his room and didn't let him touch anything. It's funny how as soon as someone gets sick, everyone is empathetic towards them, but also kind of treats them like an unpredictable rabid animal. Alright, you just stay right there. Don't go anywhere. I got you some soup. Stay over there! I'll push the bowl to you with this stick. Feel better soon. I think the worst thing I had growing up was a few migraines here and there. The first time I had a migraine was in 6th grade. I was sitting in class and all of a sudden my eyes started not working. Like, I would look in one direction and I couldn't see anything in my peripheral vision. It was all gray and foggy. And at first I was like, whoa, this is weird. So this is what blind people see. And I was kind of fascinated by it. Then all of a sudden it felt like my brain exploded. I got to go home early. But I don't count that as a sick day because I was at school for the majority of it. If you've never had a migraine, take a moment to just appreciate that because they're one of the worst things ever. I mean, there's worse, but they were up there. I haven't even had any really bad injuries either. The only serious injury I've had was when I was 9. I'm saying serious because I had to go to the ER, but it's really not that bad. For my birthday one year, my parents got me Heelys. Do you remember those? The shoes with the wheel in them? I didn't specifically ask for them, but after a few months, I decided to start trying them out. I'd roll around in the house up and down the halls, and it was pretty fun. Then one time, I decided to take them out on the streets. Our neighborhood was on a slant, so there was a bit of a steep angle to the cul-de-sac, and I was like, this is a good idea. Foreshadowing, it very wasn't. I started going down the road and picking up speed, and like 2/3 of the way down, the tiniest little pebble was like, hey there, friend, and clogged the wheel and threw me forward. I hit my head on the road and opened a huge gash in my chin. My mom was outside talking to our neighbor, so she saw the whole thing and was like, okay, well, I'll talk to you later, Wendy. We're gonna waltz on over to the hospital now. My adrenaline was still pumping super hard, so I didn't feel a thing, and I was like, no, Mom, I'm fine. It's not that bad. I'm okay. But she was like, no, we're going to the hospital. I had to hold a towel over my chin to keep from bleeding all over the car. She didn't let me see the damage at the time, but I asked her about it a bit ago, and she said she didn't want me to see the cut because even she was freaked out about it. This description isn't for the squeamish, but she described it as like another mouth I gashed out of my head. Hey friend, sorry about all this. Okay, yeah, it's probably for the best you didn't let me see that. So I went to the hospital and ended up getting 3 stitches in my chin. When I was waiting for the doctor, a doctor from another room walked in to get some water and was like, what are you in for? She hit her chin on the road. Oh, yeah, I've been there before. And he showed us a scar in his chin. And then another doctor overheard from the other room and was like, yep, same story. And he had a scar on his chin. So that was a nice human bonding experience. I didn't know so many doctors had Heelys. When I went to school the next day, I had a bandage on my stitches, and all of my 2 friends were like, whoa, what happened? I hit my chin on the road. Whoa! And I felt really cool, and it made me want to like break my arm or something to be even cooler. So this video took a lot longer to get done because I've been super busy and time is flying by, and now it's pretty much Christmas. I'm not sick anymore, but I am whispering because it's 5:45 a.m. and I don't want to wake up anyone else in the house. It's weird how it takes being sick to forget how nice it feels to just be normal. Take a big breath through your nose right now. Doesn't that feel nice? Unless you're sick right now. Then do it later, when you're not all gross. But if you can breathe, then enjoy it right now because one day you'll get sick again and wish you could do that. So it's been a while. The Septile doll got to the contest winner all safe and sound. You can see who won on my Twitter. There's probably something else I need to quickly say, but I can't think of anything right now. Why does time go by so quickly? I feel like not a lot of people stay for these end cards, so I'm just gonna start rambling. Back when I was in school, it felt like every week dragged along, and now it feels like I have no time to do anything. Probably because school is boring and making YouTube videos isn't, and I've got so much to do all the time. Well, either way, I hope you have a Merry Christmas, or a Happy Hanukkah, or whichever holiday you celebrate. Ari says hi. Also, one of my friends showed me this cool thing he found on Reddit about how to unclog your nose when you're sick and congested. I'll put a link in the description if you're interested. I tried it when I was sick, and it actually worked for a bit. Pretty cool stuff. Anyway, talk to you in 2018. You're never gonna hear from 2017 Jaiden ever again. Bye. See ya. I just played one of the best Pokemon games ever, and I'm here to tell you all about it. I'm a huge Pokemon fan. Ruby was one of the first video games I remember owning, and I've decided to devote the rest of my life and soul to the franchise. And by that, I mean I'll play the new games when they come out. Do I have to like them? No. Frankly, I think the past few recent ones have been kinda garbage. But that won't stop me from getting my hopes up thinking the next game will be different, even though deep down, we all know it won't be. But Pokemon does have a few side games you might have heard of, like Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, or Pokemon Stadium, or that weird geometric one. But there's one franchise that I feel like doesn't get talked about nearly as much as it deserves, and that's Pokemon Ranger. I had the original Pokemon Ranger game as a kid, and I remember two things about it. I liked it, and circles. Lots of circles. The flashbacks are beginning. When I remembered Pokemon Ranger existed, I decided to look it up and see if it was worth possibly making a video on, and that's when I realized there were actually 3 Pokemon Ranger games. Pokemon Ranger Shadows of Almia, and Pokemon Ranger Guardian Signs. Bit of a Pokemon Ranger mouthful, but I digress. I was looking at some forums of people discussing which one they thought was the best, and the Shadows of Almia one seemed to be high on a lot of people's lists. So I bought the game. Now sit down and get comfy because I just played this game for the first time, and I'm here to tell you about why it's the best game ever. The game starts off with your character taking the entrance exam to a Pokemon Ranger school, and it only took me 2 attempts to draw 5 consecutive circles around this barely moving Pikachu. You're dang right that's impressive. I guess that's all it takes, because now I'm officially a member of this secret army for this inscrutable team school plotting to rule the world. Oh, he's just kidding. Yeah, it's a normal school. I'm introduced to my class, and for some reason they've been, like, starved for new human contact or something, because they're bombarding the teacher with questions. Are they a boy or a girl? Which is it? Is she cute? So I'm introducing myself, and apparently the teacher catches this Keith kid looking at me with a big grin. Anyway, you go sit next to Keith. Oh, okay, just plop me right next to him. Yeah, I don't mind or anything. Thanks, Teach. Anyway, you get a tour of the school from this girl with me, meeting the other teacher, Mr. Kinsaid, who's apparently a stickler for making sure kids don't run in the hall, and this kid, Isaac, that Rhythmy called Mushroom Hair. Both my IQ and my height in centimeters are 163. Alright, bud. After getting a feel for the school, you're taught how to capture Pokemon with your styler. Loops portray the feeling of friendship, so the more loops you draw around the Pokemon, the more it will submit to your friendship. That's nice. Touch the Bidoof. You finish the school day and are fast asleep in the dorms when all the students decide it's initiation time. Get up, sleepyhead, it's 4 a.m. Time for your student initiation. Yes, sirs. They tell you to find all 4 of the stylers they've hidden around the giant school, and after doing so, you have to put them in the basement for some reason. So you head down there after finding them all, and are in the basement when— Why are you down here? Only I'm permitted to be in the basement. Leave now! Anyway, Isaac, have you finished testing my very secret experiment no one can know about? The rest of the school year goes on without any big problems. Pokemon Ranger Crawford comes and talks about what it's like to be a ranger. You save the milkman from some Bidoof. You attend a one-day internship at the local Pokemon Ranger base, and they make you bring them their lunch as an important mission. Actually, while you're at the internship, someone runs over and says the Pokemon on the beach are acting strange. You go with the Rangers to check it out to see all the Pokemon going crazy, and save the day by capturing them with your loops of friendship. But yeah, that's weird. Finally, you make it to graduation. Jaiden, come up and make a speech as the class representative. Oh, I'm the class representative, huh? Well, don't mind if I... So after saving everyone from a very strange rampage of Tangrowth, you start working at the Pokemon Ranger base you interned at. There's a call about some more Pokemon acting strange down in a nearby cave, so your first mission is to investigate what's going on. In the cave, you stumble upon this weird missile-looking machine that seems to be what's hypnotizing the Pokemon in its vicinity and making them go crazy. So you destroy it and everyone's proud of you. This Professor Hastings guy is called down from the Pokemon Union to take a look at the cave machine, and I guess he's like 100 years old or something because the Rangers want you to go meet him halfway in Puel Town to make sure he doesn't get lost and die along the way. You take one step in town, and oh god, all the Pokemon are going nuts. Turns out there's more of those rocket machines planted in the town, and as you're going around smashing them, you run into some guys that are not only very shady, but also terribly shifty. They run away to tell their leaders there's Pokemon Rangers smashing their stuff, and further into the town you find them again with their admin, who's like, dude, what the heck? What do you have against our Giga Remos, you vandals? Treat things with respect. And then attacks me with Rattata and a Toxicroak. Not gonna lie, their battle music kinda bangs though. Turns out they're part of this gang called Team Dim Sun, and after capturing their Pokemon with friendship loops, they decide to retreat. We're able to find Professor Hastings and bring him back to the base to analyze what we now know are Giga Remo machines. He finds a tiny black crystal in the center that seems to be the thing that allows Team Dim Sun to control the Pokemon. The base considers this a problem, which is reasonable. And now the Pokemon Union starts getting involved, which is like the big head honcho of Pokemon Ranger bases where all the Ranger prodigies are. The story continues as the Union tries to uncover more about what Dim Sun is up to, and you keep interrupting their plans. You catch them trying to drill a tunnel in the side of a mountain. You catch them having a secret base and cargo ship in the middle of a volcano, which Mr. Kincaid is found to be part of Dim Sun. Big surprise, didn't see that one coming. You haven't been running in the ship's hallways, have you? You catch them mining hundreds of dark crystal shards in an abandoned mine. That one was a bit of a problem because apparently there was the mother of all shadow crystals. They are powerful enough to power this incredible machine they're in the middle of developing that they plan on using to control all the Pokemon within a 500-mile radius they got their grubby hands on and helicoptered away to their headquarters. Probably should tell someone about that. But the good thing is we ended up finding the diary of the Dim Sun president's father, who writes about how if we gather these 3 gems called the Tears of Princes, the gems will be able to combine their power and negate the power of the Shadow Crystal. Alright, let's go do that. The first gem is told to be in this giant ice castle called Alima Castle, and on the way there, you run into Dim Sun grunts trying to stop you. They're not hard to deal with, and they start getting a bit frustrated. I want to pay you with a snowball. Hard. You make it to the castle after swimming through a bunch of ocean boulders and whirlpools that totally didn't slow me down at all, and end up at the castle where Dim Sun is already running around in trying to get the gem first. These guys are blocked from going any further because this giant chunk of ice is in front of the door, and the grunts are like, man, that's a big hunk of ice. If we made snow cones out of it, we'd be able to feed like 403 people. And then they see me standing there and are all, hey, that outfit! What are they called again? Pokemon Ranger? You came for a snow cone? You deal with that whole situation and end up in the room just before where the gem is being kept, where you're introduced to one of the members of Team Dim Sun's Sinistrio trio, Ice. I don't know what his deal is, but he called me Jaiden Noob and then dabbed, so I had to murder him. Well, I captured and freed his Frostlass, and he scurried away all, well, I didn't need the gem anyway. After gaining the trust of the Lucario guarding the gem with more of my loops, the blue gem of the Tier of Princes is mine. Fast forward a bit, and you get the red gem as well after defeating Sinistrio trio Lavanna and her Infernape. She doesn't dab, but she does do this sexy little dance. The guy from school, Keith, who's a ranger now, was assigned to get the yellow gem and hasn't come back yet, so the Union's like, alright, Jaiden, go check on him. You hop on a boat to the destination, but whoops, apparently a Wailord is in trouble. I'll just go down there and see. Yep, I thought so. These Dim Sun grunts are trying to kidnap a Wailord, and after destroying the machines that were trapping it, they decide to just grab a Wailmer instead and try to convince their boss it's a Wailord mini. You follow them on the rescued Wailord and start infiltrating their base. Down a hall, you discover the grunts squishing the Wailmer through the door, and as you follow them into the room, they're like, oh crap! Shoot. Do you want to deal with the ranger? Oh no, I'm too wimpy. I know. Let's apologize. Sorry. We got the ranger's confidence. Charge! And then drop a truckload of Slackoth on me. After capturing all their Slackoth, they're like, oh no! And then all of them just grab me and shove me out of the room and lock it. Which honestly is more effective than like 99% of all video game villains. So you keep running through the base and end up actually finding mushroom-haired Isaac from Ranger School. He's been manipulated into building Dim Sun's incredible machine, and we agree to take him back to the Union after we finish up our business in the secret hideout. We finally encounter Mr. Kincaid, who's manning the Wailord operation. He's being all maniacal, but we successfully capture his Gliscor, save Wailmer, and bring Isaac safely back to the Union, where he gives us access to the incredible machine blueprints. Skipping ahead in the story a bit, we end up not being able to get the yellow gem because Heath, the last of the Sinistrio trio, kidnapped Keith, and we exchanged him for the yellow gem. I kept trying to say no, but I guess it's good we saved him. The Union makes a plan to have their top rangers go and fly to Dim Sun's headquarters and face them head on. Jaiden, you can just sit in the corner and do nothing. But right as they leave to do that, the Sinistrio trio busts through the Union walls and are like, ha 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 haha, we'll be taking this, and steal back Isaac because they need him to complete the Incredible Machine by midnight so they can activate the Shadow Crystal. Isaac complied because they threatened to kill his sister or something. So new plan, now I have to get Isaac back and basically destroy the machines that were protecting their building / Incredible Machine, because oops, I didn't mention this before, but they turned their entire building headquarters into the Incredible Machine. What? We basically just waltzed right through the front doors of the headquarters. Heh, that'll stop people from entering. What? How did you get in here? And battle our way up to Isaac, who's like, you're a bit too late. I totally just completed the entire machine and they're about to use it to hypnotize all the Pokemon in the region in like 5 minutes. Well, at least your sister's not dead. So you run to the top, defeating the Sinus Trio every floor of the way, and grab the last Tears of Prince's gem. And you get to the top where you meet the Dim Sun President Blake Hall for the first time, and he's like, "You're too late. It's time for darkness. Get her, Dusknoir." And then I capture it immediately. And he's like, just kidding. Get her, Darkrai. And then Darkrai just starts dipping me into darkness, and Keith has to come save me on his Staraptor. So Darkrai's like, well, then I'm gonna just dip these guys into the darkness, and throws Blake and his assistant into the void. Haha, but I decide to capture and free Darkrai anyway with the help of the Tears of Princes, and save the day. Yay, woohoo, I'm a hero. Time to take a nap. Now, Pokemon Ranger is a big game. It took me about 24 full hours to get through the game, so I had to leave out a lot, and I mean a lot, of other points in the story. There's even a bunch of side quests that are actually pretty entertaining and funny you can complete that help power up your styler. There's one where this guy says he researches smells and wants me to bring him the stench of a muck. So you do it, and he's like, yes, and puts it in a jar. Then later on in the game, he pops up again, and this time asks for a Weezing and a Skuntank, to which he's like, yes, and puts them in jars. Then he's like, thanks, dude, and you never see him again. The dialogue is absolutely amazing. This game has probably the best writing out of any Pokemon game I know of. Team Dim Sun is obviously the star of the show, and whenever they come on screen, you know they're gonna have something funny to say. At one point, while I was trying to get into their secret base in the volcano, I captured the Pokemon they were controlling, and they're like, time to make our escape, and set off dynamite, which exploded a giant boulder and blocked the entrance to the base, which they're like, shoot, we were supposed to detonate it after we go in. So they had to wait for me to go get a Pokemon that can destroy the rock. And they're like, thanks, Ranger, we'll be grateful for this for about a second. And they run through the door. So you follow them, and they come back like, hey, we forgot about you helping us. Take this! And drop a bunch of Numel on me. Also, all of the music that plays when they're around is awesome. I was jamming out whenever I was running around their base. It's a bummer this game isn't super popular. I know it's got a small cult following, but it definitely deserves to be more well-known, and I really consider it one of the top Pokemon games out there, just on writing alone. It's not a hard game, but I mean, Pokemon isn't meant to be a difficult game series anymore. I can see some people getting a bit tired of the capture system since it doesn't change much throughout the game, but honestly, again, I think the story and dialogue far make up for the semi-repetitive capture and battle system. Now, I know I kind of just talked about the entire plot, but if you're curious about playing it yourself, there's so much I left out, and there's still a lot to discover about the game, so I highly recommend it. I'm being honest when I say I didn't even cover a third of what happens in the game, and there were a lot of funny moments I really wanted to talk about that I just didn't have room for in the script. I'm just trying to convince you to play the game yourself at this point, because I think it's just that funny of a game. But I'll stop. But here's all my stats after completing the game. It took me about 24 hours to complete it. I captured 734 Pokemon and ran away from 106. I think that's a pretty good ratio. And look, I drew a total of 9,077 loops. With that amount of practice, I bet I'm a master at drawing circles now. Thanks for watching the video on me drawing circles for 20 hours. Huge thanks to the team for their hard work. This video was massive, and it turned out amazing. I've mentioned this before, but I've been enjoying the video game videos a lot, so if you have a weird game you think I should take a look at, let me know. A lot of people have already been requesting this game called Elite Beat Angels, which is some sort of rhythm game with male cheerleaders, which looks amazing, but I think that video would get mega copyrighted, so unfortunately I don't think I can play that on YouTube. It looks really good though if you want to check it out. Anyway, I don't have much to say this time, so see ya later. I've been traveling a lot lately, and it's been really dope. And I know I've done a couple travel-related videos already, but when you talk about your life, and all that's been going on in your life is travel stuff, then, sorry, but that's just what's on the menu right now. I'm like a fine dining, fancy video-making chef. I only serve what's ripe and in season. Quality stuff. Only the finest. Just for you. With that being said, so I peed on my wallet. I was visiting my friends in the UK for New Year's, and we were spending the weekend in London to do some fun stuff together. During the day, we did a bunch of fun touristy stuff like the London Dungeon, Shrek's Adventure, rode in a helicopter. Alright, that's a lie. Shrek's Adventure wasn't that fun. We were in line for like an hour, and the actual thing was more childish than we thought. He didn't even fly out the window like in that one video. Anyway, we were back in the hotel about to go out and get dinner when I realized my wallet wasn't in my pocket. I thought I left it in my backpack or something, but a quick rummage around confirmed that, guys, I have indeed lost my wallet. They were understandably freaked out. Like, out of all the things you can lose in a foreign country, a wallet is pretty up there on the not good chart. It could have fallen out of my pocket at any point of the day, and we'd literally been all over London. Here's the thing, I don't like bags or purses because I think they're too much of a hassle to carry around, and I don't like the feeling of minor inconveniences because I'm a baby. So a couple months ago, I got a new slim wallet that can fit in my tiny woman jean pockets. That was super great, but I realized pretty early on that it slips out of my back pocket really easily when I sit down and stand up because of the aforementioned tiny woman jean pockets. But for some reason, I still think drastically increasing the risk of losing all my credit cards and identity is still less convenient than carrying a bag. Either way, what I'm trying to get at is that all day I was constantly checking my wallet was in my pocket because I knew it can fall out easily and get lost. And I was doing a great job. Until it fell out and got lost. My friends were more freaked out than I was. I think my brain's at a point where it's tired of using extra energy to be overly anxious because of the dumb crap I pull, so I was pretty calm. Or maybe I'm incapable of feeling anything anymore. I retraced my steps in my head and concluded that I most likely lost it at Shrek's Adventure. I remember having it at breakfast and in the helicopter, but maybe not in Shrek's Swamp. My friend sent an email to Shrek's Adventure because for some reason they don't take calls, and we were gonna have to wait until the next day to hear back from them because they were closed by then. Backup plan was that if it wasn't there and I didn't find it before then, I'd just have to cancel my cards and get new ones. And I wouldn't be able to leave the country. So we headed out for dinner. It was really nice, especially since I didn't have to pay, and got back to the hotel a few hours later. The stress about losing the wallet was pretty died down because there wasn't much we can do other than wait for Shrek to contact us. We turned on a movie and I went into the bathroom, and when I lifted up the seat, what the fuck? Guys, oh my god! The wallet was in the toilet the whole time! At first it was like, what the heck happened? How did my wallet get in the frickin' toilet? But after a little bit of thinking, with all the puzzle pieces, I think I know exactly what happened. Right before we were going to dinner, I went to the bathroom, and while I was preparing to use the bathroom, my wallet must have fallen out and into the toilet. And I didn't notice because I don't check the toilet after I use it. Maybe you're supposed to? I don't know. I don't know what's normal. Nothing's normal about this situation. So after I leave, that's when I realized my wallet's gone. And when looking around the room, obviously my mind doesn't go to checking the toilet. So we emailed Shrek. Shrek, you're never gonna believe where we found it. But nope, it was sitting right here in the toilet. I actually was good at keeping track of my things. I didn't lose it at Shrek. Here it is. I totally peed on it. And that's how I peed on my wallet. No, I didn't get a new one. I still have it. I don't know. I mean, it's a good wallet. I still like it. It just had pee on it. So that's that story. Going back in time a bit when I landed in the UK, pre-P wallet, PP for short. I was waiting in line to get through customs when this guy bumps me from behind. I was standing still and the line wasn't moving, so it was kind of weird that happened, but he was immediately like, oh man, sorry about that. So I told him it was alright. He bumped me in a way that he ended up a little in front of me, so he goes, well, you were in line first, and then gestured that I reclaim my spot, and I was like, oh, thanks, and stepped forward. But he didn't step back, so now we were standing next to each other, which felt weird. Then he started trying to make some small talk. What's your name? Jaiden. Nice. So what brings you to the UK? Oh, just visiting friends. Oh, that's actually really nice of you. I didn't expect such generosity since all girls are selfish. run that by me again? Excuse me? The two guys in front of us kind of glanced back like, whoa, that was a bit of a yikes. I mean, I'm no conversational genius, but no matter what you believe, I think that's a bit too strong of an opener right there. Oh, well, I mean, not all of them are. No, they are. You can just say that because you're a girl. Well, alright then. I guess I have nothing else to say, really. I gave him a nervous laugh and left it at that. Man, no one here has a UK passport. Alright, my dude, I'm getting the hint you want to chit-chat more, but you're all over the place with this conversation here. When you open with, all girls are selfish, that's a pretty isolating stance to take at a girl. I don't think you've got enough social skill points to bring this one back, man. Also, yeah, this is the non-UK passport line. They did that on purpose, ya goober. I said that to him. I was like, yeah, this is the non-UK passport line. And he just goes, oh yeah, they did do that. And then fist bumps me again. I'm feeling really uncomfortable at this point. I thought it was weird he bumped me when the line wasn't moving. I thought it was weird he manipulated the situation so I'd stand next to him. I thought it was weird he hates women. Also, stop fist bumping me. I didn't feel unsafe or anything because, I mean, customs at the airport is probably one of the safest and most security guarded places you can be in, and there were plenty of people around. But he's still a tall, scraggy weirdo in a hoodie with crazy in his eyes. It got quiet again because I wasn't really trying my hardest to keep up a conversation, and after a while, so many people have iPhones. What's the deal with that? Yeah, it's pretty big brand. Do you have an Android or something? Nah, I'm not a materialistic kind of guy. Oh, okay. Judging by that response, I was like, I guess he doesn't have a phone then. Not a minute passes and he takes out his, like, Google or Windows phone or something. Soulja Boy phone. Dude, what? Who are you? What is going on? Why are you so weird? You're like the airport customs line riddle master. Answer me these questions 3 and you may reclaim the spot taken by me. So what's the deal with women, phones, and minorities? Then he started going off on asking about my friends. What are your friends like? Have you even known them for a long time? I bet they don't visit you. Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna go to the back of the line. It's like he was jealous of my friends that they were friends with me, but also like, I thought you hated girls, which is what I am. You do know I'm a girl, right? Does this guy know what a girl is? Finally, when it was my turn to go up, he was like, well, it was nice meeting you, Jaiden. You're pretty nice. Yeah, thanks. Also, stop fist bumping me. And also a nerd. Hey, right, that one's pretty accurate. Anyway, I hope I never see you again. I didn't actually say out loud to him that I never wanted to see him again, but I thunk it. Also, I have some things to tell you about. Besides the fact I have Invisalign in and I sound very lispy, James, me, Domix, Ross, and Aaron are going on tour with our Scribble Showdown show. We did our first tester show in April and it was so much fun and we laughed and had such a great time during it and it was really well received, so we were like, yes, we want to do more in other places. It'll be October 1st through the 9th and we're going to Boston, Brooklyn, Austin, San Francisco, Seattle, and Portland. You can get tickets and more details in the description. I'm also going to VidCon. Oh, and we're also doing a Scribble Showdown during VidCon 2 on July 13th, so I hope to see some of you there. And lastly, I'm going to Summer in the City in London in August. It's a bunch of stuff, and it's gonna be a lot, but also a lot of fun. Alright, I think that's all for now. My laundry machine is running right now, so I don't know if you can hear that. I'm trying to shrink some shirts. They're for men, but I thought they looked cool, so I bought them for me. Okay, talk to you later. Bye. Welcome to 2018, Jaiden. What's different? Nothing yet, I don't think. If you're like me and don't plan on doing anything extraordinary this year, but still want to spice things up, I have a few suggestions. You know me, living life on the edge. I'm exciting, I'm adventurous. Of course, the best way to make life more interesting is to induce a variable of surprise and the unknown. In 2017, I conducted my own apple research. I just ate a bunch of apples. Here we go. I just got really curious one day. There's so many different types of apples, and I don't know jack rabbit about any of them. Did you know there's... What the shit? Did you know there's 7,500 different varieties of apples? 200 in the US? because that was the first time I actually Googled it. I didn't eat 7,500 apples last year, but every week when I went to the grocery store, I'd get a different type of apple I hadn't had before, so I'd be learning about a new apple every week. It sounds stupid, but shut up, I learned a lot about apples. You're such a vegan. So growing up, Mom always got us either Fuji or Gala apples, which are some of the most common apples in the US. This is all just my own opinion and research, by the way. If you have a different opinion, good for you. Gala is pretty much the standard average apple. Nothing bad, but nothing fantastic. Fuji are a bit brighter in flavor and crisper, but they're both good standard apples to make a constant variable. Ha! See, I learned something in 7th grade science. Now, yes, this is happening.
Back again with another legit food review.
Golden Delicious are softer and less sweet than Fuji and have more of an applesauce taste. I'm aware of the irony in that description. Prip's Pink or Pink Lady apples are firmer than Fuji but more tart. I don't like Red Delicious. They have a thick skin and mediocre flavor, and if you get a bad one, they're super gross and spongy. Everyone knows Granny Smith. She's green and tart. Sugar Bees are a lot crisper than Fuji and, like the name suggests, super sweet. A top tier apple. Envy tastes pretty much like Sugar Bee. Call me apple racist. Jazz apples were a disappointment, mainly because I thought the name was cool and the grocery store had a fun little name tag for them. They didn't taste all that great. Ruby Frosts, no wait, I'll go faster, have thick skin and are kind of sour but not as much as Granny Smith. Pacific Rose are my favorite and the best apple. If anyone tries to tell you there's a better apple, they're probably right because they only tried like 15 out of the 7,500 varieties, which is like 0.2%, but these are the ones I buy all the time now. Honey Crisp apples are crisp. Nah, they're good, but they're more expensive. Peru apples are really crunchy and taste like a weak Gala. Rockets are super small and have a unique aftertaste. Macintosh are surprisingly super soft and sweet and taste nothing like a computer. Braeburn, also known as the worst apple to ever be genetically created. I tried it for the first time and was like, ugh, ew, whoa, what the freak? Like, it's trying to be sweet, but also tart at the same time, and it's like, just pick one, you're just a dumb apple. Apparently, they were created by accident and are a hybrid of Granny Smith and Lady Hamilton, so they're not even supposed to exist. Jeez, Granny Smith, use protection. But, I mean, to give them credit, that's pretty progressive considering it was the 1950s. Apparently, Braeburn is also a My Little Pony character. Anyway, avoid at all costs. I hope all the Braeburn trees burn in a giant fire and rebirth into Pacific Rose ones. So now you're an apple master. Like me. Apple Research gave me something to look forward to each week and isn't very expensive since they're apples. I'm also currently running a similar experiment on mint gum flavors. If apples aren't good enough for you, then try doing something you normally wouldn't do. But not because you're a new and improved person, just to try and get a good story out of it. If you start trying to induce good stories, eventually you'll get one. When I was still in college, I had to take a service learning class where we had to earn 75 hours of service from some sort of internship without being paid. The one I chose, completely on my own, not because it was the closest to campus and I didn't have a car, was working as a teacher's aide at a children's Montessori. Don't know what a Montessori is? Me neither when I took the internship. It's a children's school where the teachers focus more on letting the kids learn things on their own more naturally than traditional teaching methods in elementary schools. Wait, Jaiden, this sounds interesting. Can you explain a bit more? Nope, I'm moving on. So the main reason I chose the Montessori, not including the location, was because kids are funny. And there would be some great stories to come from babysitting a classroom of kindergarten to 3rd graders 6 hours a week for a whole semester. I applied to the Montessori and scheduled an interview. I've never had a real job before, so I was super nervous and didn't know what to expect. The head teacher, Miss Frizzy, which isn't her real name, greeted me. Actually, no, first, I didn't know where the front door was. Like, I went up to the door that I thought was the entrance, but it was locked, so I called the number they gave me, and they said just go through the gate, and I didn't know where the gate was, but it ended up being around the side of the building, and the gates were all closed, so I thought I'd have to hop the fence to get into the school, but it would look super sketchy to see a college student hopping a gate to force their way into a children's Montessori. But I figured it out. So I met Miss Frizzy, but not in our own room. It was in the middle of the kids' class time when they were all running around with books and puzzles. She was like, "Hey there, nice to meet ya," and pulled out a kid's chair because they didn't have anything else. I sat down and my knees crunched up to my chin. It was a lot more casual than I thought it was gonna be, and probably should have been. There was one part where she was like, "Do you have first aid training? You legally need to have that if you want to work with children." And I will not confirm nor deny the possible first aid training in question, but yeah, we might have brushed over that one. Anyway, I got the internship, arrived the first day, and no one told me what to do. I was like, "Hi, how can I help? And also, how does everything work? Because I know nothing." Oh, yeah, just help the kids if they need help. Oh, okay, then. For the majority of the internship, I was stressed out and anxious because for 3 hours every time I went in, I felt like I had no purpose except walk around and smile at kids. Occasionally, I'd help one find a puzzle piece, but those were the exciting days. Also, 2 kids didn't even speak English. Like, what am I supposed to do when a kid's crying? I ask what's wrong, and I get,
私の恐竜に噛まれて痛いよ。ほら血が出てる。てかどうして私の言ってることわかんないのよ。日本人でしょ?
For an hour, the kids would have lunch and then go outside to play, and that was more manageable because I just had to make sure none of them backflipped off swings or something dumb. I could also pass the time and prevent insanity by sweeping sand off the pavement. My favorite memory by far when I was there was when a kid got stuck in a bucket. We just hear, "Help! To help!" and look over to a kid, upside down turtle with his butt in a pail. Pathetic. So what can you take away from this video? Brayburn apples were an accidental hybrid love child of 2 apples, and kids are incompetent at life. See, with a few little tweaks, it isn't hard to spice up your life. Now, go out and get yourself a funny story. Also, one day at the Montessori, a kid pooped on the sidewalk. Happy practically end of January. Sorry I haven't been able to get more videos out lately. Life hits you hard, bro. I'd like to thank Dave from Boy in a Band's sister, Hannah, for the little Japanese boy's voice. That was actual Japanese. She taught herself Japanese in her free time. She told me the translation, and I'm not gonna tell you. Little Easter egg for the people who teach themselves Japanese. Or already know it. I'd like to thank my extra animators again for helping out with scenes. People have been noticing, hey, that scene looks a bit different. And that's because we've got some other people helping out. I've said it before. It's not a secret. Their links are always in the description and they're all really talented. I'm still looking for some extra permanent people because right now it's relatively casual. If you or someone you know has a style that can fit well with the videos, send me a portfolio at shoot, I didn't plan this out actually. Let's do Jaiden Animations animator at gmail.com. Yeah, no promises I'll be able to respond to your email. Last time I asked you for pet photos, Twitter blew up and everything in my notifications were just pet photos for a solid week. It's not the same, but just a disclaimer. I also forgot that I also tried opal apples and they're really good, IMO. Okay, I think that's all. Thanks for the patience. Bye.
導け星影最後まで戦えるように泥まみれだって逃げ続けて
I woke up one day with an itch to play Mario, but Mario is a fairly simple and easy game to play, and I can't have that. So I decided to see what would happen if I blindfolded myself and had someone verbally guide me through the game. I called up my most chaotic friend I have, Jacob of course. We plopped down in front of the original Super Mario Bros. And gave it a shot. Our first attempt wasn't that bad, all things considered.
So you know how 1-1 looks, so just kind of walk forward and jump over the Goomba coming up. You did? Oh my god. Okay, so now you're in the first 2 pipes. There's another Goomba coming up. Jump. Oh, hold strong jump. Big jump. There you go. Keep jumping. All right.
Sorry. No, that's your fault, actually.
And this is where I get to learn I'm a chronic over-apologizer, but that's not relevant to Mario, so I'm just gonna sweep that one away for later. We kept trying for a bit, to various degrees of failure.
Jump. 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 Keep, run, jump. Okay, that was on me.
Sorry. Actually, I'm gonna stop saying sorry because it's not my fault.
Oh my god, these game overs are gonna be so brutal if you keep going to the very okay.
And after dying the 5th time, we realized doing this challenge with this game was gonna be next to impossible, because after you lose all your lives, it restarts you to the beginning, and you have to do everything all over again. Mario Bros. 3, a classic.
I like this one anyway. Can we play as Luigi?
I don't think so.
What? But you're the controller. Make me pick Luigi.
Okay, press start. Press start again. Press right. Press A. Alright, now you're Luigi.
Awesome.
Different game, yet same situation.
Run and jump again. Now, keep going. Okay, there's a piranha plant. No, don't jump.
Oh, sorry. I assumed that you assumed that I would get over the piranha plant.
I assumed, okay. Jump. Jump. And again. Oh, you jumped. I was like so shocked you made it. I forgot to tell you to jump over the pit. Jump, 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 jump. There we go, jump. Okay. Okay, let's be cool and calibrate because it's the furthest we've gotten.
Yeah.
So let's go a little slower now because I think this is pretty easy.
Moving?
No, you're just not moving at all.
How's this?
Jump. So now we're dodging some piranha plants. Jump forward. Jump, jump, jump. Oh my god. Okay, keep jump forward. Jump forward, jump forward. It's looking a little scary. Okay, big jump forward.
Run?
Yeah, run forward. All right. Okay, will you just take like one step to the left for me? Okay. Oh my god.
After getting a bit further and further with every few attempts, kind of a 2 steps forward, 1 step back situation, we managed to beat the first level in around 10 minutes.
Run, jump, big jump forward, but like instantly. And just keep holding forward, okay?
Like that?
Run forward. A little bit more. Little right. Little right. And hold jump. Yeah.
We did it.
We did.
That was so stressful.
Oh, now imagine watching it.
It was a small achievement in the grand scheme of things, but it was the first shred of proof that we could at least build enough teamwork and communication to accomplish something together. And that's a big deal in this situation. We entered the second level and started chipping away at it when we realized this game also starts you over if you lose all your lives.
Oh.
What?
So,
do we have to do it again?
Yeah.
Super Mario World! What an awesome game. The funny thing about using this game to do the challenge is it continues the tradition where I still have yet to play this game like a normal person. The first time ever touching it was the Kaizo Mario ROM I played a while back, and now I'm playing it blindfolded. I still, to this day, have no idea what this game actually looks like. So we started from scratch yet again, and we're trying to figure out a plan of action. We decided to only play up until the first castle because beating the whole game would have been genuinely awful for everyone involved, but since there's 2 ways to go, we had to figure out how we wanted to play the game.
So, do you want to try and clear this whole island or just make a beeline straight to the castle?
I just want to beat it.
Okay, then yeah, let's go right. Are you kidding me?
Oh my god, I'm so sorry.
This video is not going to be easy.
And this is where I get exposed in front of millions of people. Okay, I'll admit it, I don't know my left and rights. Like, it's really bad.
So keep running to the left. That's the right. A little to the right. Hard left jump.
Oh.
Left. I saw that.
I don't know how I never learned them. I think maybe I just faked knowing them as a child and got away with it somehow. And now I'm like this, finally reaping the consequences 20 years later. I've tried to use those tricks to help me remember, like the one where they say, if you hold up your hands in an L shape, then the one that's a real L is left, L for left, and all that. But like, I do that, and in the moment, they both look like L's. So, anyway, Jacob is realizing now that he is partnered up with someone much more incompetent than he initially thought for this little gaming session. Onto the left path we go.
Do a run, jump, and then stay still. Jump. Run forward. Oh, wait, stop. A, run, and then stop. All right.
Huge.
Jump forward.
Okay, wait. Still.
No,
jump
now,
forward.
yeah.
Sorry.
Okay, well, short-lived mushroom. Okay, walk forward. Okay, stay still. Jump forward. Okay, let's walk up a little bit. You can put some oomph in it. It's a slope. You're climbing up. Now chill. Oh, a little more. A lot more. Even more. Oh my god, I'll tell you when to stop. Now stop. Jump forward. Oh, wait. Jump forward. Oof. Jump forward. All right, jump forward. Jump again. Okay, stay still. Jump to the right. And jump.
After a lot of struggling and still not beating the level, we decided we should just make a beeline straight to the castle for our own sakes. And that was a good idea because we beat that one on like our first try.
Time your jump. Now go. Keep run, jump. Just keep running. That's it. And you hit the bar.
Did I?
Yeah. That level felt like it was made for the blindfolded players.
Even though that little win felt good, our newly blossoming confidence was short-lived as Jacob realized what the next level was.
I didn't know if it automatically, I have to walk to it.
No. Oh my god, this is... Uh-oh.
This was a platforming level full of timed jumps, changing blocks, moving platforms, and a death pit over nearly every jump. It was truly the worst thing we experienced.
What kind of jump?
Medium. And jump again. Oh. Walk a little bit. Jump right. Need a little more jump from that one. A little more. Now jump right. And jump right when I say go.
Oh, sorry.
It's fine for you to mess up, but let's not jump to the left.
Okay.
Out of panic.
I just feel like it'll undo my mistake.
No, it doesn't.
Okay.
No. Jump forward. Jump forward. Okay, so that's 3 tight jumps. You're not dead though. Okay. What? Go to the left. You were just stranded.
After making absolutely zero progress, we decided to backtrack again and play the optional level we tried in the first place, to the left, so we could flip the switch and make this level actually possible with a blindfold on. We were prepared to spend a lot of time on it again, like last time, but I guess after working as a team for like an hour at this point, we were starting to get the hang of it more. We were building more of a language for ourselves. We barely got to the checkpoint the first time we tried it, and then coming back to it, we beat it immediately.
Jump. Big jump. All right, perfect. That's where we died last time.
Oh, okay, cool.
Okay, so keep going to the right. Jump forward and mash jump again. Oh, you didn't jump. That's fine. Damage boost. Keep going right. Come back. You just got so scared.
Did we do it?
Yeah, we did it.
Oh, yay!
The switch was hit, and back to the worst level ever we go. But this time, a tiny bit easier, because at least we don't fall to our deaths every jump anymore.
Jump. Good. You're going to medium jump to the right, and then you're going to do a big jump and say go.
Okay.
So, medium jump. Perfect. Little left. Jump. I never said right.
I didn't know.
Why did you assume something at a time like this?
Sometimes you say jump and I'm running right.
No! If I could paint you this... Actually, Jade, take off your blindfold. Just look at this freeze frame we have. Okay, you're at the mushroom block again.
Okay.
So just press your A and then walk forward.
What happened?
You got it. Medium jump right, and again on go. I have no idea what happened there. Okay, so go to left and jump. Oh, no, you're just dead. Okay. That's fine. He walks off the edge. No, he doesn't. Oh my god, run, jump forward. Jump forward. Okay. Go. All right. Perfect. Walk. Again, too much is death, so walk a little forward to the right. A little more. That's That's too much.
What made the level really hard as a duo of helpless blindfolded person and guide dog was all the really tight and timed jumps. I don't know how big or far of a jump I need to do ever, so Jacob needs to try and explain every single one to me the best he can. And even understanding this is a tall jump with medium distance, I don't know how to do that. What's that mean? I just have to click the buttons and hope I clicked it the right amount. And if I don't, I hear the Mario death sound and Jacob sigh. Plus, a lot of the jumps had to be perfectly timed since the platforms move. That was like the worst part for us.
Big jump to the right. Big jump to the right. Okay, go, go, go. All right.
I take a few milliseconds to process the action and input I need to make it a third of the time, and then Mario slips off anyway because his shoes got no grippies on them. We finally make it to the checkpoint, and it doesn't even feel good. It just gets worse. We've spent so much time on specifically this level, and only just now made it halfway. We keep trucking through. At this point, I think it's really starting to take a toll on Jacob.
Oh, I passionately dislike this level. This is the hardest possible level to be blindfolded on. Okay. Oh my god. You didn't have the momentum for it. Oh, this is so hard. Oh my god, Jaiden, you do not understand how hard this situation is. Oh, this fucking level, Jaiden. This is so hard.
We got to the end. We can do it again.
Okay, hard right.
Huh. I guess this isn't really like that big of a challenge for me. You're kind of the one who's having to do all the work here. Whoops, my bad, sorry. Anyway.
Okay, now we're gonna do a big jump to the right on go. Not that go.
Oh,
sorry. So again on go, you're gonna do another big jump to the right.
Mm-hmm.
Go. We didn't make it.
Oh.
And I'll tell you when to go left.
Okay.
Tall jump.
Sorry.
Jump right. That one was unfortunate. Not even your fault. Stop. Big jump right. Same thing happened again.
Really?
Oh my god, yeah. Okay, I'm gonna start looking out for that.
This level was really putting our friendship and communication to the test. We had to take everything we thought we knew as individuals, throw it away, and rebuild it all together through verbal sign language. We started implementing different rules, like if you're explaining what to prepare for a timed jump, lead with "when I say go" instead of leading with the input, because stuff like this would happen.
Big jump to the right when I say go?
Oh.
I understand the confusion.
And since we kept dying from Mario's slippery little slime shoes, we implemented that Jacob would say left, and I pull back on the jump so we land perfectly.
Big jump to the right, and I'll tell you when to go left. Go. Left. Oh, this works perfectly.
We were becoming a stronger duo with every death. At least that's what it felt like to me. Jacob was still having to do all the hard stuff, so his morale wasn't quite there anymore. But after a full hour on this level...
Okay, so another run jump on the cycle on go. Here we go. One. We're coming up on it. Go. Walk slowly to the right. I think that might be the end of the level, but I'm not entirely sure. I think it is. Keep going. Don't have a Goomba here or anything, please. That's the end.
Run?
Yes.
Yeah, we did it!
Oh, so many times I wanted to give up. But look at us now.
We passed the goal and it felt like our souls left our bodies with how relieved we were. Since we'd been recording for a consecutive 2 hours at that point, I asked Jacob if he wanted to take a break, and he said, "No, I just don't think it's possible." So we took a break, one consumed pizza later, and our energy was rejuvenated, and Jacob wanted to be friends with me again. Since the levels were supposed to get more and more difficult, even though we had a pizza, we were still a bit unsure on how long their whole run was gonna be. But honestly, it turned out to be not what we expected at all. The stage before the castle was a water level with a bunch of platforms and fish and spike balls, and even though I had to learn how to swim at first...
You can get out of the water, right? You just have to hold up or something? Just jump, mash... I mean... Have you played this game before?
No. We found a star power-up, and as soon as I got that, we beat the level immediately.
Oh, wow, that's the level. Wait, not yet. Go left. More. Now go right. Okay. Hold right. There we go. Mario just looking at the pipe for a little bit.
The goal was touched after 3 minutes of attempts. Just like that, we were at the castle. I was optimistic because it was the last level in the run, but Jacob was not optimistic because he's played this game before and was worried about the boss fight, which is reasonable. Also, I'd like to mention, when I was sifting through the footage to write the script, I saw this sprite of Mario looking up at the castle, and I was surprised for a moment because in the Kaizo hack, the sprite looked like this, and I didn't know that wasn't the original. I really need to play this game at some point.
Jump.
Right now.
Yeah. What forward?
I don't know.
You're gonna jump in place in a second. Now. I was a little off.
We were surprised to be getting through it so quickly, but it's ironic because the little cage wall climbing part surprisingly became the easiest part for us to maneuver, because when Jacob would say stop, Mario would stop immediately. So it was like instant feedback. It was almost like he was playing. Okay, maybe not really. Either way, we got to the checkpoint, and after that was an auto-scroller.
So now we have the auto-scroller section. Don't run. Careful. Now run. Jump to the right. Wait, actually, still jump. Ah, there's a fire flower there. Jump right. Okay, so jump and go right. Jump. Jump now.
We struggled a bit, but honestly got to the boss really easily.
Stay still. Run forward. Yeah. Oh my god. Okay. We're at the boss door.
Oh.
Funny little moment. We were standing in front of the boss door, and I wanted to take a moment to mentally prepare and get ready for the last little stretch. So I took my blindfold off just in time to experience a jump scare.
Whoa. I didn't know they did that.
It's terrifying.
I didn't know they did that. That's so mean.
The way the boss fight works is you have to jump on Iggy's head to shove him into the lava while balancing on a teetering platform. And we were really scratching our heads because how is Jacob gonna give me specific directions to jump on him perfectly, consecutively, and in the right direction if I need to keep avoiding the guy's fireballs and the ledge in general? We decided to just wing it.
Jump, maybe? Maybe jump right. Okay, so this is gonna take some time. Spam, jump forward. Okay. You still move forward a little bit, get that mushroom. All right, jump forward. All right, jump forward, jump on. Fireball, spam fireball, jump, okay. You did half of those things.
What? I definitely did. Which one did I not do?
Jump.
Oh.
Hear 2 fireball sounds and then start spamming jump. There you go. Jump forward. Jump forward. Okay, that's fine. You got a mushroom. Jump to the left. Oh my god.
What? Did we do it? What happened?
We did it, but we died before the game registered it, and so it didn't count. Huh, doesn't that sound familiar? As soul-crushing and slightly humorous as that is, at least we knew that it could be done with the right amount of luck, which is another reason why I brought Jacob on board this project, because heaven knows I have nothing to bring to the table in that department.
Fireball, jump forward. Oh, perfect. Just, chill. Jump to the left now. Jump to the left. Oh, too far left. Oh my god, that didn't hit. Jump. Whoa. Jump. Okay. Left and... Okay, so I think I got the strat now. Fireball, jump right. Okay, face left and spam... Wait. Now spam fireballs. Oh! That's it.
What, really?
Yeah.
How?
We got lucky.
Awesome. That was easy.
Yeah.
By some miracle, we tossed that weird turtle into the lava without even looking at him. Probably the most disrespectful thing I've ever done in a Mario game. We beat the whole first world of Super Mario World blindfolded. What a tremendous feat we were able to accomplish together, and all because of the power of friendship.
Did you have fun?
I had a great time playing my favorite video game.
Well, that's good. That's what matters.
Did you have fun? Yay! All done. Thank you.
You still want to do the rest of the game?
How many levels until the next castle?
No.
If you're watching this the day it was uploaded and everything is gone according to plan, that means I'm subathoning right now. And now that the video's over, you can come back to the stream.
So you should do that now. Please come back.